Broke up with my best friend of 8 years and told her that I wasn't coming to her wedding because I found out that she was cheating on her fiance. And y'all can say I'm not a girl's girl for that, but hear me out. So she was obsessed with Richard. Okay, that's her fiance. And I mean, all she talked about was getting proposed and him proposing to her. And okay, so then he proposes, and then all she talks about is wedding day, wedding day, wedding day, wedding day. So she's like obsessed with the thought of getting married. She wanted to look top tier for her wedding day, right? Valid. So she gets a personal trainer. Okay. And we'll just call this personal trainer Billy. She is spending a lot of time with Billy, okay? She's going to the gym, getting it with Billy. And then her new obsession literally became Billy. Like, she would not stop talking about him, and he's helping her get her quads right, and Billy's helping me get into shape, and Billy. Mind you, we're friends. So the one day she asked me to go to the gym, and I was like, okay, yeah, I'll go to the gym with you. We get there, and I notice her and Billy are so flirty, like extra flirty. While we're all sitting there talking, I realized that Billy doesn't live in the same town as us. He lives like 45 minutes away, and that's important for later. Then like a week goes by, and I'm getting brunch with my friend, and she's literally just going on and on and on about Billy. So I'm like, you really haven't talked about the wedding lately. Like, is everything okay? What is going on? And she's like, honestly, I've just been focusing on myself. So about a month out from her wedding, her fiance, Richard, he flies home for his bachelor party because I guess he's from Wisconsin, so that's where they wanted to have it. So he flies home, and we were like, okay, so let's take her out for hers. So we all go out, and she's literally on her phone like the whole entire time. Like, at first I didn't say anything, and then it was just aggressive. She was on her phone the whole time. So I'm like, girl, are you good? Like, what is going on? And she's like, oh, nothing, and I'm like, well, are you texting Richard? And she's like, no, it's actually Billy, and like he made this joke and like yada yada yada. And I'm like sitting there like, what? So then 11:30 comes around, and she's like, you know what, I think I'm just gonna call it a night. Like, I'm tired. And I'm like, what do you mean you're tired? Like, it's your bachelorette, dude. Like, the night just started. But I also am someone that is in bed by 8:30, so I'm like, okay, girl, like, say less. So my husband is literally like stoked that I'm coming home. So I get home, and we pop some spicy cubes and have ourselves a night. And so I'm texting my best friend later, and I'm like, dude, you have to get spicy cubes for your honeymoon. Like, these are crazy. And you know how on iMessage, like when you go in, you can see the location at the top of the messages? So I glance at it, and then I click, and she's in this little town 45 minutes away. Yeah, you clocked it. Same little town Billy's from. Same little town. So I find this quite interesting. You left your bachelorette trip so you could go hang out with your personal trainer. So I screenshot that, and I text her the next morning, and I'm like, hey, do you want to go get brunch? Like, let's go get brunch. And she texts me back, and she's like, I'm really busy today, and she blows me off. Okay. So a few hours go by, and I look at my phone. I have a missed call from Richard. And then I see I have a text message from him that says that he needs my friend to call him. So I'm like, okay, this is so odd. So I call my friend, and I'm like, hey, Richard is looking for you. He said he wanted you to call him. I have a missed call from him. Then he sent me a text, whatever. And she's like, oh, yeah. Please just don't answer right now. Like, I'm actually doing something for him. Like, I'm surprising him. I don't want him to know. I'm on my way back to the house. So like, no big deal. And I'm just like, okay. Then I'm like, well, what's the surprise? And she's like, I can't really talk about it right now. Okay, like, I'll talk to you about it later. And she's like, in a hurry, hangs up. Mind you, her location is still in that little town. Okay, and like at this point, I actually feel bad for ignoring Richard. Like, it's just not my personality. And honestly, like, she wasn't even being honest with me. Like, you're acting so sus, and like, I'm I'm your best friend, and like you're not even telling me what's going on. So I'm just like, I don't know, I'm like torn at this point. And like I know her whole life isn't my business, but I don't know. It's like I'm your best friend. Even if you're in the wrong, like you're not gonna tell me. Now this goes on for quite some time, okay, where I keep seeing her location at this exact address. So about a week goes by and it's one of our friends, our really good friend's birthday. And she ditches all of us, okay? Like mentions she was coming and then ends up ditching all of us. So I check her location that night and guess where she was? That address. So I call her up and I'm like, okay, listen, like, we gotta talk. We meet up and we're getting dinner, we're talking, and I just come out and I'm like, listen, I know that you have been at Billy's. And she's like, no, I haven't. And I'm like, girl, like, I have your location. I've seen that you're there. Like, I've been looking at it. I'm literally like, girl, just come clean, like, and tell me, like, I know that you have been hanging out with him. And she's like, okay, like we have hung out, but like what's so wrong with that? I'm like, you're engaged and you've been there at like 2:45 in the morning. And she's like, what are you talking about? And I'm like, I have your location, like I see that you're over there. Then she's like, it doesn't even matter, like I ended things with him. And I was like, you ended things with him? And she's like, yeah, like I ended things with him. Well, I'm like, okay, so like you had something with him. And she's like, yeah, obviously I had something with him and like, you would know. And she starts getting like kind of mean. She keeps saying like, you would know because you were like creeping on me, like whatever. And like, I'm not trying to creep on you and I'm not trying to, like not be a girl's girl. But and then she's like, yeah, I'm like, you're judging me. And I said, I'm not judging you. I'm just saying, like, be honest with me. Like, what is happening? Be honest with me. Be honest with freaking Richard. Like, and like, girl, people make mistakes. Like, it's fine. It's fine. I would never judge, but just, I don't know. It was really the dishonesty thing that was getting me. And it's like, you're not 20 years old, okay? Like, you're 30 years old. You're lying to your fiance, and then on top of it, like your best friends, you're not even telling your best friends what is happening. I don't know. Frontal lobe is developed, okay? We know better. So then she starts freaking out and she's like, I'm not telling him, like, whatever. And then she said, and I don't want you to be my maid of honor anymore because, like, you're telling me to tell him. I was just saying, 2 weeks ago you were with another man and you're comfortable still having a wedding, getting married, and 2 weeks ago, how? She tells me that I am a terrible friend and that it's none of my business. And I was like, you know what, girl, honestly, I don't think I can be friends with you because I don't trust you. And I genuinely, like at this point in my life, I am not keeping people in my circle that I can't trust. So literally 2 days later, Richard is blowing up my phone and he's saying that he knows something is going on with her and he just wants somebody to be honest with him. Like literally desperate for someone to just be honest. And it's literally crazy because this man would still marry her if she was just honest about what she did. Like guaranteed he would still be with her. Like I really don't think if I told him the truth that it would blow up their wedding. But like does he deserve to know? Like, and I mean really it's just like I'm not going to attend the wedding and I'm not going to be her friend because I can't trust her. But what about him? I broke up with my best friend of 8 years because I found out that she was cheating on her fiance with her personal trainer. I really wanted to be a girl's girl. Like, I really did. But and all of you that say that I'm not, hear me out. We're going to call her Riley. Riley was obsessed with Richard, her fiance. And literally, like, everybody wanted to be like them because they were so in love. They were the perfect couple. And then he finally proposed to her. And then she was obsessed about the wedding. She just talked about the wedding constantly. And that was until she wanted to get a personal trainer to get in shape for the wedding. Well, then she met her personal trainer, Billy. And then she would not stop talking about Billy. Literally, every time we hung out, Billy, Billy, Billy. And eventually, I was like, this is kind of extreme, but okay. And then one day, she was like, come to the gym with me. So I go to the gym with them, and I notice how flirty they are. Super flirty. And in our conversations, Billy says that he lives in this small town that's like 45 minutes away from us. So fast forward, at Richard's bachelor party, he went to Wisconsin because that's where he's from, and she wanted to just go out in the city for her bachelorette, so that's what we did. We took her out to the city, we were having a good time, whatever. Well, she was on her phone a lot, and I noticed, and it kind of was like, It was strange. So I did ask her like who she was texting, and she ended up saying that she was texting Billy, her personal trainer, and I was like concerned about that too, but I was like, okay. And then 11:30 comes and she's like, you know what, I kind of want to go home. And that's just not like her at all. Usually she would want to be out all night, but I mean, listen, I don't really drink, and I wasn't mad about it. So I go home, my husband's all excited, and you know, I was about to get in bed and he pops out the spicy cubes, so we eat some spicy cubes, and then we end up being up late, you know. So then I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna text her and tell her she needs to bring some spicy cubes to her freaking honeymoon. So I'm texting her, I glance up at her location, and I see that she is in that town. Something in me told me to screenshot that, so I did, because she was acting weird, so I screenshotted it. And yeah. And at this point, it's like 2:45 in the morning. So a few days go by, and then I have a missed call from Richard. I don't answer. I look at my text messages, and he texts me saying, where is Riley? So I call her and I say, hey, you know, Richard called me, he texted me, he's asking where you're at. And she said, oh my gosh, yeah, like, I have a surprise for him, I'm actually on my way back there now. So like, I told him I was with you, just don't say anything, you know, don't worry, and kind of rushes off the phone. So I'm like, strange. At this point, I kind of know something is going on, but I also just don't really want to say anything, because I'm hoping that she figures this out or comes to me and tells me herself. But you know, then one of our friends' birthdays comes up, and one of our really good friends, and we all make these plans to go out and go out for her birthday. And she said she was coming, and then the night of, she ghosts all of us, doesn't come, ditches all of us, like our best friend's upset. And so I go and I look at her location, and guess where she's at? Yep, you clocked it, she's at freaking Billy's. At this point, I'm like, you know what, we gotta talk. So I tell her that. The next day I call her, I'm like, you know, we gotta talk. And she's like, okay. So we meet up for dinner, and I confront her, and I basically just say that I know that she's been hanging out with Billy, and she says no, and she tries to gaslight me, literally makes me pull out the screenshot and still try to gaslight me, and then eventually says that I'm weird and I'm obsessed, which is so far from the truth, and tells me that she doesn't want me to be her maid of honor. And I basically said, well, I can't trust you as a human being, so I don't really want to be your friend. And it all went downhill from there. I was just saying, we've been friends for 8 years, and you're not telling me, you're hiding things from me, like, are you good, you know? She goes on to say, you know, it doesn't matter, I broke it off with him anyways. And I'm like, okay, you're admitting that that was a real thing. She's like, yeah, but it doesn't even matter, like, why do you care? And I was just trying to like get her wheels turning, you know. We're in our 30s here, girl. Like, our frontal lobes are developed, and I think you should probably either tell him that you don't want to be with him, or even at this point, if she did tell him that she was cheating on him and stuff, I think he would still marry her, honest to God. Like, this man is in love with her. And so I don't know, I did not like how she was acting. So wrapped up, she's not telling Richard, we're not friends anymore, and I'm no longer her maid of honor. So the next day, Richard is calling me, and he's like, hey, like, I'm gonna meet up. I know that something's going on with Riley, and, you know, I want to talk to you. I go to text Riley, and I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna give her one more chance to tell him herself, because that's obviously the right thing to do. And when I go to text her, guess where she's at? Yup, she's with Billy. So at this point, like, she's still doing it. She didn't mean what she said. Nothing is cut off. You're literally still seeing this man. And I don't know, I've given her every opportunity pretty much to tell him herself. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna tell him. I invited him over to my house, and at this point, he knows everything that I know. So I sat him down, and I'm just like, okay, what do you know? And he's like, well, I know that she's not coming home at night, she's lying about where she's at, she's been acting so strange. And then he was like, you know, I know that you're not her maid of honor anymore, and so I want to know what happened between you guys. And he just had a feeling that, like, it was all connected. And so I'm like, okay, what do you know about Billy? And he's like, oh my gosh, like, I had such a bad feeling about him, and like, I tried to ask her about him and stuff, but she literally just blows off every conversation anytime it gets brought up. And so I just told him everything that I knew. So right now, she doesn't know that he knows. And he was like, you know, I don't want to tell her that you told me, because I don't want to ruin your friendship. And I'm like, oh my gosh, our friendship is ruined, okay? It's gone. It makes me feel so bad, because he's such a good guy, like, actually a good person. And he just cares so much about her. And it's like, oh my God. But at the end of the day, he still wants to marry her, as long as she's not literally in love with this other man and seeing this other man. And it's like, one thing if she cut it off, but it's another thing if she is still seeing him and she refuses to stop seeing him. Like, so like at this point, do I tell her that he knows? And I guess they don't share locations, obviously, and he knows that I have her location, so he's like, will you just help me catch her, basically? And I'm like, honestly, I mean, I'm this deep already, so I might as well. So just wish me luck, okay? Just wish me luck.
Get ready with me while I tell you the story time about my roommates from hell. And you're probably like, Amanda, you're literally being so dramatic, but I'm telling you, these weren't just any messy roommates, okay? So setting the scene, it's 2019 and I just started school at FIDM, the fashion school in downtown LA. I was so incredibly desperate to move to LA. Like, I did not want to move to a city close to LA. I wanted to be in LA, okay? So I toured the apartment. There's 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, obviously, and then the kitchen. And after touring it, I was like, all right, let's do it. Mind you, this was the only apartment that I toured, and I already was like, I want it. So my ass moved in. I also want to mention that the 2 girls that were in the bedroom I was moving into moved out. They were both moving out, so it was gonna be me and another different girl. So before I moved in, I signed all the papers. The only thing that I hadn't gotten signed yet was the co-sign paper, so my mom or dad was supposed to sign off on that, and this is important, so don't forget. So it's my move-in date, and my mom and I pack up all my stuff to go move to LA and follow my dreams, right? When we get to the apartment, something is different than last time. The difference was that when me and my mom walked in, we saw a pull-out bed in the living room and a big, probably over 6-foot man playing video games also in the living room in the dark, and it also smelled like straight za, the devil's lettuce. You guys know what I'm talking about. It was so strong you could smell it from outside of our whole entire apartment. Mind you, you guys know how apartment doors are, right? There is like a suction thing at the bottom of the door to like prevent noise, and also the door is super heavy and you can't really hear through it, right? You could smell the za through the door in the hallway. How much do you have to be smoking for me to be able to smell it from outside? So automatically my mom is like, okay, this is unsafe. And also, side note, my mom was an officer, so she doesn't play about these things. So anyways, I just write it off. I'm like, it's fine, Mom, because I want to live in LA so freaking bad. The one good thing about this is that my roommate, not my sweet like apartment mates, but my roommate, like she was really nice. She wasn't from California. She was from like a farmland or where, I don't know, some kind of far state. And she was really sweet. So shout out to her. Anyway, so I thought maybe he was just like staying the night. No, he never left. That man never left. And he also never talked to me. So if it hasn't made sense yet, by the way I'm talking about things, there was 5 people living in this 2-bedroom apartment. There was 1 girl in the right side bedroom, and then 2 of us, including me, in the left side bedroom, and then a girl and her apparent boyfriend, new boyfriend, living in the living room. So I just kind of tried to ignore it because I was living my little dream, but I could definitely tell my roommate, the one that I would sleep in the same room with, was a bit scared of him and the girls in general. They didn't really talk to us. Like, it was kind of just weird vibes. Like, we were not friends. We were just simply living together, you know? So one day I take a trip to the museum. This is about maybe like a month into me living there, okay? So I come back from the museum, and 2 of my roommates, the one that lives in the right side room and then the one that lives with me on the left room, are standing there like in shock, being like, oh my gosh, what did we say? Immediately they know that I know that the vibe is weird, so they just tell me what happened. They say, I can't believe this happened. They say that our neighbors came knocking on our door telling us that we stole their stuff. And of course, my clueless roommates are like, what are you talking about? We didn't steal your stuff. We don't know what you're talking about right now. they say a bunch of our stuff is missing, and there is footprints from your balcony to ours in the dirt. Like, there is literal footprints, and you can see where he jumped. And they're like, oh my god. So they go snooping around looking for what the people said that was gone, which is like purses, chargers, their laptop, like literally personal expensive items. And obviously this man doesn't have an actual room, right? So there's only certain places where he would be able to put things that he stole. So they end up checking the living room closet and everything is in there. That is so embarrassing. I just want to point this out because I don't think I said it. This man was not paying rent to live here. So the fact that he was stealing is actually insane. So this is when the right side room girl, who's been living here the whole entire time, tells us, actually, I looked it up, and both the girl who lives in the living room and her boyfriend both have charges of theft, like literal felonies. I'm like, why didn't we know this before? And why is this man living here? So we give them all the stuff back. They said they weren't going to press charges. Lucky for him, because they were in a legal Airbnb. Like, it was a family that didn't live there, but they were staying there. So that's the only reason they didn't press charges. So after that, literally nothing changed. The man and the girlfriend were still living there in the living room, but it got even worse somehow. I get a lovely text on a random weekday. I still have the texts, so if you guys ever want to see those, I could probably go pull them out somewhere. I think they're like in my photos, my Google photos. Long story short, this text is basically asking me to pay their overdue bills literally from all the way past the year before. What? If I knew that you were behind on bills, I never would have moved in here with you. She also texted me in a way where it wasn't an option. It was like, if I lived here, I was going to pay these bills no matter what. Like, I just had to. And this was like well over $1,000. So I was like, what the actual fuck? Like, this doesn't make any sense. What is going on? My roommate tells me that she got the same text as well. And she was like, yeah, I don't even feel safe here. I'm freaking out. I literally want to cry. Like, this is not my home. I need to get out of here. By the grace of God, I don't know how she got out of it, but she got out and she met me at a Ralph's parking lot to give me the garage key for the apartment. So that was that. She dipped. I'm pretty sure she had to like pay money to get out of our lease. So at this point, I'm like, okay, well, I'm gonna dip too, because there's no way in hell I'm getting left in this situation alone with these crazies. Literally the Lord was on my side. Thank goodness I am a procrastinator, because I never made my mom or sent the papers to my mom to sign the cosign, which, by the way, on the apartment, should have made me do that, but thank you also. And while I was begging the lady at the office to let me go out of this apartment, she told me that the last two girls that lived there that got me my spot in the apartment begged her, crying, sobbing in the leasing office to please let them leave, because that's how bad it was. So basically, I took their spots, which is insane, but honestly, I don't even blame them. I'm just glad I got out and they got out too. So literally within less than 24 hours, I pack my shit up with my mom while no one is home and get the hell out of there as fast as possible. Maybe like 2 days later, after I'm already completely moved out and there's no sight of me, I get a text from the girl who lives in the right room. And she's like, hey, did you move out? All of your stuff is gone. I don't respond because I'm like, I don't want to be in contact with this person ever again, and I want nothing to do with this situation. So then a couple days later, because I didn't respond, she texts me and threatens to take me to court to sue me because I just left the lease. When I read that text, I was like, we're not doing this. So I hit block immediately. I'm not that kind of girl. You're not going to take me to court, especially if you don't have anything to back it up, because you are in the wrong, Miss Thing. I also have those texts too to look back on, and I'm just like, wow, that really happened. She also said her mom was a lawyer, which is true, but that still didn't scare me. So, moral of the story, don't be impatient, especially when moving into a new place and making a huge decision like that, because you'll probably regret it. But anyways, bye!
In honor of meeting my crazy, psychotic ex-boyfriend a year ago today, we are going to get ready and talk about all the things that he did and what I put up with. So unfortunately, I do have a very long and detailed list of this, so get a drink, get a snack, because this is embarrassing, but also a little entertaining. Also, I'm doing this video because I have free will and I'm allowed to do what I want. This isn't meant to bash anyone or anyone who knows my ex-boyfriend. Okay, so first one, right off the bat, had to ask him repeatedly to delete Tinder and Hinge off his phone while we were talking. Then I figured out that he deleted his account but still kept Tinder on his phone so he could reactivate it whenever he wanted. What? Also, don't know if this is a woman thing, but I personally do not follow guys that I have done stuff with or dated or talked to while I'm in a relationship. I feel like that's very standard and normal. He proceeded to call me insecure after I asked him to unfollow 2 girls on Instagram. I don't think that's a big deal, because if you wanted to date them, you would have already been doing it. Next on the list is he called me insecure insecure and annoying when I was talking about getting my eyebrows waxed. What that mean? Annoying, yes, but insecure, never that. One day we were laying in his bed and his full explore page on Instagram was full of naked girls, and he proceeded to say, "I'm trying to explore this page," to my face. "You're literally so chopped, all of these women would never give you a chance." Next. As a fellow tall lady, I hope you guys understand that sometimes my shorts are a little short. I'm so sorry. Maybe this waist is small, these legs are long, like you do the math. His mom said to him, and he showed me the message, that she wished that he would meet a godly woman and that she's prayed about it for a long time. No, you got it. No, that's fine. Then proceeded to ask her if we should break up. And I will give him a little bit of kudos. He did step up for me a little bit in that conversation, but still, like, what are we doing? He probably blocked my number or blocked my social media accounts, probably at least 10 times while we were dating. One time specifically, I remember it was like kind of bad at this point, but in quote, "Yeah, instead you're playing games and shit and then ignoring messages until I block you." I was driving on the interstate, going home. Driving, looking at my phone, not really important. Thank you for blocking me though, because that's really sending the message that you wanted me to answer your phone call. One time we were fighting and it was literally so bad that I drove an hour and a half way home, and then he proceeded to say, "Hope going home solved all your issues." It actually did. Thank you so much. So I really appreciate that generosity. Found porn in his phone. I am very anti-porn no matter what. That's just me, and it should be you too, hopefully. But he told me he was messing with his friends. Can we at least make a little bit of a better lie? I'm so sorry. Can we get a little creative? Anytime we would kind of bicker or argue, it's always like, "I'm not changing anything, we can be done." Here's a quote that I actually wrote down. "I'm not answering, I'm not changing shit. If you aren't happy right now, then we are done. I don't give a fuck." Okay, King. Okay, speak your truth. Speak your truth, but why did we stay together? What are we doing? I invited him to my roommate's birthday party, obviously, so he could come and hang out with all my friends, as I, every time we go and see him, would hang out with his friends. He proceeded to lie and tell me that he had to watch the dogs at his house. Instead, all of his friends came to his house and they all drove to Nashville together. Okay, perfect. Are the dogs going to Nashville too? Like, are we having a powwow? What's the vibes? Was trying to plan some plans for the weekend and wanted to just hang out with him, and he told me that we aren't married. I don't have to spend time with you. Do you want to date a rock? Like, I'm so confused. This kind of builds off of the last one. Told me that he couldn't imagine what life would be like if we got married. Neither could I, because we would be getting a divorce. Not that I really cared at the moment, but I asked him who a girl was on his best friends list, and he told me that I was talking defensive and maybe because I had a psychotic, assumative girlfriend. How am I assuming if I'm asking you a question? That doesn't really make sense, but I'll let you have it. Heaven forbid a lady a little curious sometimes, because you would always ask me the same thing. So it's like, why is it okay if you do it and it's not okay if I do it? Are you catching my drift? Okay. Anytime we would argue as well, he would block me on Snapchat and or remove like my little highlight of me on his Instagram. And obviously I would be like, what are we doing? Why are we going back and forth? Let's rather take it down, leave it up, don't take it down, leave it up, date me, don't. Like, what? Right before we actually broke up, I made us reservations for our anniversary in Nashville, and they costed money, and he told me that I was lying because of course he did. And I sent him physical evidence of the text, the phone calls of me making the reservations, and he told me I was dead ass a manipulator and that this shit is embarrassing for you. How is it embarrassing if I'm showing you the receipts? What's embarrassing is you not making them and me having to do it. Anyway, this is kind of a thing that he always did. He would always call me a bitch or a liar, cuss me out, all these different things. One time actually yelled at me from over his console in his car, like the middle thing, and got in my face. He likes to say he didn't. I'm not a liar. Sorry. Believe what you will. It did happen. And the fact that you're yelling at me in general as a man is actually crazy. Because why are you so fragile? Like what? He called my friends and my roommate a bunch of whores and then decided to deny it when I brought it up in front of them. Also said some pretty vulgar things about my dad and his past and told me that's why my dad left me when I was a kid. So my parents are actually together. So anyway, next. We ended up getting a dog together and he still has the dog. I don't have the dog. But I paid for some of the dog. He never gave me any of the money back that I gave him for said dog. I also named the dog. So hopefully she's doing okay. And then one time he got really mad and said I guilt tripped him into buying the dog because his mom got mad at him that he bought a dog. That doesn't make any sense. Last one, best one, lied to me supposedly about doing because his roommate's girlfriend actually told me, and I've seen multiple videos of him doing it. So why are you trying to lie? Because I see physical evidence. Also, if that's your speed, go on ahead. Personally, not my speed. And then cherry on top, we broke up over text. Another cherry on top, all this that I just described was in the span of 2.5 months. 2.5 months of trauma. Again, this isn't meant to bash anyone. I'm just sharing my story. Hope he's doing well, fam's doing well, all the things. Anyway, I love you guys so much. Bye.
Who the F was I dating part 1? Okay, so I'm gonna give you guys my most recent dating story because it's just so hilarious. So a little bit of a backstory. I moved to Charleston from Colorado just a little bit ago. And I came to Charleston to visit my best friend. She lives here. That's why I moved here in the first place, was because she was here. So I came and visited her. I met this guy, and we started talking. I went back to Colorado, and we continued to talk, and he was like, I'm going to fly out to see you. And I was like, okay, like he's trying. He's putting in effort. He wants to fly out and come and see me. This is perfect. So this man flies all the way from South Carolina to Colorado. We spend the week together. It's great. He comes back, like we FaceTime each other every night. We call each other every morning. It's perfect. And then again, he's like, I want to come and see you again. So he flies out to Colorado again. So this is 2 times that this man has flown across the country to come and see me. South Carolina to Colorado. It's not a short flight. It's very long. So in my mind, I'm thinking, oh, this is serious. Like, you don't fly out to see a girl if you don't want something serious. Like, you don't spend that money, you don't spend that time, you don't put in that much effort, right? Wrong. So, he comes and sees me for the second time. After he leaves, it's about 3 weeks until I'm going to move to South Carolina. So once I move, like, we're going to be living by each other. We're going to be living in the same city. Like, we can see each other whenever we want. Like, we got through, like, the 2 or 3 hard months of being long distance. Like, we were about to make it. And then he flies back home after coming to see me for the second time and gets so weird, stops calling me, stops FaceTiming me, barely texts me like every 5 to 6 hours. I'm like, what is going on? Mind you, he doesn't say anything. He just lets this go for like a week. Me, I'm like, no. So I'm like, what's going on? And he calls me and he's like, I just like don't want anything serious. Boy, you just flew from South Carolina to Colorado, not once, but twice to see me, and now you don't want anything serious? He's like, I think I just want to be friends. Like, I just want to be friends. Okay, I'm sorry, but I don't know if I'm the only one, but I cannot just, like, be friends with a guy I wasn't friends with in the first place. Like, we were never friends. Like, it was strictly more than that. And he was like, I was like, so this is over? And he's like, no, like, you can't end something that it never, like, we were never together. I'm like, we pretty much were dating just without the label. Like, you don't fly to go and see somebody twice if it's not something more serious, right? So I'm like, okay, well, like, I can't, like, talk, like, I can't be friends with you. And he's like, no, like, I want to be friends, like, I have to talk to you, like, blah, blah, blah. I was like, okay. So we continued to talk, and then I told him once, like, I can't do this anymore, I can't talk, and then he would freak out and call me and be like, no, like, I still want to be friends, I still want to talk. And I'm like, it got so draining, because I'm like, what is this? Like, he would still, like, start to call me again and be like, good night, I just wanted to say good night, good morning, blah, blah. I'm like, this is so weird. Like, you don't do this to somebody you're friends with. Like, I don't talk to my guy friends every day like that. Like, I don't know, it was weird. Anyways, I'm on my way to South Carolina. I'm driving here, and the whole time he's like, I'm so excited to see you, I can't wait to see you. And I'm like, oh, like, maybe once I get there it'll be fine. Like, you know, he just freaked out when I was long distance, and we'll be fine. So we hung out. Mind you, the few times we hung out when he was here, it was not friendly. Like, he was staying the night, like, yeah. And so it wasn't like he was just, like, coming over to hang out as a pal. Like, he was staying the night. And even then, he was, like, terrible. Like, we literally both lived in Charleston. Well, he lived in Beaufort, but he worked in Charleston. So he was driving up here every single day. And he would just, like, make excuses. Like, I'd be like, oh, like, let's hang out after work today. And he would call me, like, well, I got off. And I'd be like, oh, like, can you just wait 30 minutes? I'll be off. He's like, no, I'm going home. I can't wait 30 minutes. Okay. The next day I was like, hey, can you come up? And, like, or he's like, but I'll come up tomorrow and see you. And then tomorrow would come, and then he would be like, make an excuse, like, oh, it's raining, like, I can't come and hang out in the rain, boy. And then the next day he's like, but I'll come up tomorrow. And then Sunday rolls around, and he calls me in the morning, and he's like, okay, like, I'm about to leave, like, I'll come soon. And I'm like, okay, great, perfect. It's like an hour and a half drive, so I'm got ready, I'm waiting on my couch for him to show up. It's been like 2 hours, haven't heard from him. So I text him, I'm like, are you almost here? Like, and he calls me, he's like, sorry, I'm not coming anymore. I'm like, I've been ready, waiting for you, and you never said anything. Like, that's absurd to me. And he was like crying on the phone. He's like, I'm so sorry, I'll come see you tomorrow. I'm like, okay. So he comes the next day and sees me, and he tells me, he's like, I'm moving to Chattanooga, Tennessee, and, like, blah, 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 blah. But, like, I want you to come out and see me. I'm like, you can't even make this work being in the same state, in the same city. Like, this is not gonna work with you moving to another state. Like, what? And so I texted him another day and was like, oh, like, me and my roommate, like, we're gonna go to church in the morning, and then we're gonna go to the beach. Like, do you want to come up and hang out with us? Like, it's like one of your last days here. And he, like, didn't answer. And so I texted him again. I was like, you know what, never mind, don't worry about it. And he calls me, and he's like laughing. He's like, sorry, like, I never saw your text. I'm like, yes, you did. He's like, no, I didn't see it. I'm like, you literally have your read receipts on. Like, I know you saw my text right as I sent it, and you just decided not to answer. Like, don't lie about it. Like, my biggest thing is being lied to. Like, he could have just said, like, oh, I didn't know if I could, that's why I didn't answer. No, he lied about it. Come to find out, he's, like, already on Hinge in Chattanooga. Like, he's already talking to girls there. I'm like, this is crazy. And so, yeah, I pretty much just told him that this isn't gonna work anymore for me, and haven't talked to him since. But yeah, that was my dating story. If there's any men in Charleston that want to prove to me that they're not all like that, please come find me. Okay, since everyone liked Who Was I Dating Part 1, I'm going to tell you guys another funny story time. This is about a different guy. This was a while ago, but this story is just also crazy to me, and it really just shows you my taste in men. So this was probably my sophomore year in college. Me and this guy ended up talking for quite a while. I think at the point of the story, we weren't talking for as long yet. It had only been like maybe like a few weeks, a month, maybe 2 months, I don't know, but it wasn't that long that we had been talking. So I think he asked me to go out with him and his friends one night. I was like, yeah, for sure, like, let's go out. We were gonna go to this like country bar in our college town. It's called Mavs. And him and his friends were like drinking before, and then I think me and my one friend were going to go meet him. So we go to Mavs. I think we're like underage at this point, so like we're like, oh, we'll get in, we won't get in. And so we go, and I think everybody gets in, but one of his friends doesn't. And at this point, they had all been drinking like a pretty good amount. Like they were all pretty drunk by the point that we were at Mavs, but nowhere crazy. And we're like, dang, okay, well, we have to leave. Like his friend didn't get in. And so we went back to his apartment, and then we were kind of just like thinking of our next move to make. And they had went and got Mad Dog. If you don't know what that is, it's just like a type of alcohol. It's like the most disgusting type of alcohol ever. And they were drinking that. And they each got, there was like 3 of them. They each got 2 bottles for themselves of this Mad Dog to drink. It's pretty much like a hard alcohol, hard liquor. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's what it is. And in the meantime, when we're waiting at his house to figure out our next move, this man drinks 1 bottle of the Mad Dog. I'm already like, okay, you're getting pretty drunk. Like, this could get bad. Like, maybe we need to, like... And then we decide to go to the next bar. Mind you, I'm, like, sober. I drove us. I hadn't been drinking. I drove us to the next bar that we were going to go to. This man brings his 2nd bottle of Mad Dog with us. The drive is maybe, like, 2 minutes. He chugs this 2nd bottle of Mad Dog by the time that we are getting in line to go to the next bar. And so by the time we're in line for the next bar, this man has already drank 2 bottles of this hard alcohol, this Mad Dog, right? And I don't really remember if we got into the bar, if we were at the bar for very long. I don't remember that. But anyways, after this happened, we went back to his house, and I was like, okay, I need to go home. Like, you are drunk. Like, he was like falling, stumbling, couldn't stand, drunk. And he's like, I'm coming with you. I'm coming with you. And I was just like, okay, whatever. I need to get out of here. I need to go home. He was like so consistent on, no, I'm coming with you. I'm coming with you. I'm like, whatever. Like, if this gets me out of here, that's fine. And so we go back to my house. He's extremely drunk. The second we get there, he goes into my bathroom. He's throwing up everywhere. He's throwing up. Like, it's so bad. I'm like, oh my gosh. Like, what am I gonna do? Mind you, I didn't know his friends. Like, his friends were visiting from out of state, so I didn't know the guys that he was there with, and I had only been talking to him for a little bit. Like, I knew his roommate, but, like, I didn't have his number or anything. So I'm like, great. And he literally just, like, he throws up for a little bit, opens the door, goes, lays down on my bed, passed out. I'm like, great, okay, whatever. He's just gonna fall asleep. He's gonna be sleeping for the rest of the night. So I go, fall asleep. At, like, 3 in the morning, all I hear is him start throwing up in my bed. I'm like, oh, hell no. I sit up. There's throw up on me. This man is throwing up in my bed, throwing up on me. I'm like, oh my gosh. I like jump out of my bed. I'm like freaking out. I'm like trying to roll him over onto his side because I'm like, he's gonna die. Like, this man is gonna like choke on his throat, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't do this. So I'm trying to roll him over onto his side, and he's like, and he's not like a small man. He's like, like, he will not let me roll him over. I'm like freaking out. I'm like, what do I do? And so I'm trying to text my friend, and she's like, I'm with a guy I don't know. So I go and wake up my roommate, Mia, bless her. I'm like, I need your help. She's like, what? I'm like, this man is throwing up in my bed. I don't know his roommates. I don't know anybody to text. Like, I don't know him. Like I know him, but I don't know his friends. Like, I don't know how to do this. Like, what do I do? She walks in. He's, like, laying on my bed. By the grace of God, at this exact moment, his friend starts to call his phone. I'm like, oh, thank goodness. So I pick up his phone, and he's like, hey. And I'm like, you need to come get this man out of my bed right now. Like, he is throwing up. Like, he is not okay. Like, you need to come get him right now. And he's like, oh my gosh. So they scooter there, actually, on, like, those scooters. And his friends were great. They cleaned it all up for me. They took my, like, everything and put it in the washer. The guy was obviously so embarrassed, so I'm sorry if you're that person and you hear this story time. It's just funny. He ended up Venmoing me $100, which is sweet, and then we kept talking for a little bit after that. But yeah, crazy.
Get ready with me while I tell you another traumatizing story about my life. This week I told a really scary story like that happened to me like a really long time ago when I was in college. And just to lighten up the mood, I thought I'd tell you a story that was spooky scary in a different way. To this day, this is one of the most embarrassing things that has ever happened to me. So to set the scene, I was 16 at the time of the story. I was in my junior year of high school. We had all just come back from winter break. So everyone was kind of like sporting all of the new stuff that they got like for Christmas or whatever. I had gotten some Sephora gift cards and I wanted to get a bunch of new makeup. One of the things that I got was the Urban Decay Naked Skin Foundation. And Urban Decay, if you see this, we're still beefing because of this. I have not bought a skin product from them since this store. But anyway, love their Moon Dust Shadow though. This stuff rocks. However, yeah, I got this foundation, and let me tell you, first of all, it was not my shade. It was bright orange. Keep in mind, this was years ago. They could have reformulated it, or they might not even be selling it anymore. But it was bright orange, like it would oxidize like crazy, and it would stain everything. And I kid you not, everything. It was so liquidy, and so I would put it on, and a lot of times I would drip it around my counter. It would stain my clothes. It was a whole issue, but I was trying to make it work because I was a high school student and I just spent money on this foundation. Anyway, I'm wearing this foundation to school, and I have this crush at school. He had gotten this white, oh my gosh, this is so much, hold on. He got this white jacket, and I remember telling him, oh, your jacket is so cool. He got it for Christmas, and he was wearing it all the time. Well, I was working on a project for one of my classes out in the main hallway. So I'm working out there with one of the people in my group for my project. We're talking about something, and all of a sudden I hear, Lexi! This guy comes up and he just hugs me. Like, it was too late for me to react. And when I tell you half of my face came off on his brand new white jacket. I could never look at this man the same ever again. It was just awful. It was so awkward after that. And I just remember the horror of seeing my orange makeup all over his white shoulder. To this day, I cannot hug someone normally. I have to like over exaggerate my chin to go over their shoulder. Anywho, me and him have talked about this since then. I told him how embarrassing it was, and he never wore that jacket again. It was not salvageable. But yeah, that's a story of me embarrassing myself in front of my crush. We laugh about it now.
Story time about my first ever boyfriend, who was a school bop who cheated on me with multiple girls, and how my toxic best friend at the time tried to ruin our relationship. Also, disclaimer, this story did take place in middle school, and I was like really naive, so I know y'all are gonna think I'm so stupid for this, but I would have not acted like this now. This is like, I was 13 and stupid, okay? This was in my 8th grade year of middle school, and I was finally like not a quiet kid anymore and actually outgoing, actually had a personality and a life. But at lunch, there was this group of guys that sat behind me and my little friend group, and they would always call out my name, but I didn't know any of them, so I didn't really think anything of it. I thought, oh, they're just trolling, they just heard my friend say my name, because that's how guys are in middle school. They're always just trolling. One day, he came up to my friend group with this little table, and they were like, hey, Samira, I know we troll a lot, but he genuinely likes you. Like, can you get your snap? And he was like, yeah, like, I'm sorry about the trolling, but I actually like you. So I didn't believe it still, but I was just like, yeah, whatever, I'll just go with it. So I gave him my snap. One thing to keep in mind is that this guy was like known as like the school bop. Like, everyone that knew I was talking to him would tell me, girl, get out. Like, even people I hated would be like, get out of that. Don't do it. He is the #1 bop in this school. But did I listen? No, because I was just a little middle school kid excited for her first boyfriend. Aside from being a school bop, this guy was also a lot of people's type. So a lot of girls just started to hate me just because I was with him. I don't really get that. Keep in mind, I had this really close friend and I would always tell her about him because she like knew who he was, and she wasn't at my lunch table, but I would tell her about him all the time. One morning I opened up Snap and I was blocked, and I texted him on his number and he just wasn't responding. I checked TikTok, but I didn't have DMs because I had like an underage account, and so did he. So nothing was working. I was really sad and really confused, and then I saw he posted a TikTok photo dump, and it was a text, but he covered up the name, and he was like, blank doesn't like you, she's just leading you on, sorry I have to tell you this. So when I saw that, I knew it was about me, but I wanted to know who sent that to him and why. I was texting that close friend I told you about it. I was telling her about it, but I was just so sad. And she was like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Whoever did that, it is so terrible. And his best friend was texting me being like, did you see the post? Like, if you really like him, you should tell him, because this guy really wanted us to be together for some reason. I was begging this guy to tell me who sent the text because he said he knew. But eventually later that night, his best friend sends me a screenshot of who actually sent the text. Like, tell me why. It was that close friend I've been telling y'all about, like my best friend at the time. Anyways, I didn't want to confront her. I tried to get her to admit it. She never did. Eventually I confronted her and she was like, yeah, I'm sorry. I just realized I kind of like him. And I realized that after y'all started dating, I gained feelings for him. And I was like, I'm sorry, like, I'm not gonna stop dating him because you gained feelings for him after we were already dating. That's on you. And she was like, yeah, I'm sorry, like, I'm still gonna like him though. And I was like, oh. And I stayed friends with this girl. Anyways, his best friend made him come to my lunch table at lunch so I could talk to him. And I was like, hey, I know blank sent those texts, but I really do like you, and what she said isn't true. He believed me, we hugged. Now, when more people found out that we were dating, so when we would always like hug in the hallway and that stuff, people would tell me like, girl, run, girl, what are you doing, like, no, get out of that relationship. I was always like, no, he's so sweet, like, y'all just have like a mindset against him, he's so sweet, he would never do anything bad. People who didn't know me or didn't like me would text me or come up to me and be like, girl, save yourself, don't be with him. But I still was with him. I don't know why. We had hung out 3 times. One of those times, my best friend that texted him all that stuff about me came with us. But I think it's just because she wanted to hang out with him, and she was being all like flirty, and he was like, what the hell? Because she was like weird. He really did not like her. He did not want her there. Anyways, I go back to school on Monday, and everyone was like, Samara, he's cheating on you. Everyone, people from other schools, random people I didn't know, everyone was either texting me on Snap or coming up to me in person and telling me like, hey, your boyfriend's cheating on you. And I never believed it, so I was like on call with him, and I was like, oh my gosh, you know, it's so funny, people are saying you're cheating on me. And I thought it was so funny because I was like, no, he would never do that. And me and him were just laughing about it, and he was kind of pissed. So he was like, why would people say that? Like, I would never cheat on you. People are just making up rumors. That's so annoying. And I was like, I know, right? But keep in mind, I was never like mean to people who said he was cheating on me. I wasn't like, oh my gosh, you're so stupid. I was like, oh really? Thank you for telling me. I'll talk to him about it. I was never like rude to them, but I never believed them. Anyways, later photos came out of him like making out with some girl, and I was like, oh, that's probably a long time ago. But no, the timestamp that those photos were taken, I knew for a fact was literally while we were together. So I was like, I have to break up with this guy. So after finally working up so much courage, I was like, okay, I'm gonna break up with him at this basketball game that we're going to together or whatever. But I didn't tell a single person. No one knew that I was gonna break up with him. So this game was supposed to be like his friends, my friends, me and him, and then we were gonna just like leave for a bit and hang out with just us. We're just gonna like leave the school. And that's when I was gonna break up with him, when we were alone. So I arrived at this basketball game, and him and his friends are not talking to me. Like, they're being super weird. He's not saying a single word to me. They're sitting like far from us, and since they're acting like that, I was just scared to go up to them. Meanwhile, this kid was just full on cheating with me with like 4 other girls, and had been our entire relationship. I did end up not breaking up with him at that game, and I texted him and I was like, hey, are you okay? Because I wanted to see if he was okay, because he was being really weird at the game. He was ignoring me, all that, and he left me unopened. Later that night, he sent me a breakup text. It was like a really short paragraph, like maybe 4 sentences, and I still kind of remember it was like, I really loved you, but I have so much going on in my life that I can't really have a relationship right now. So now that I think about it, he cheated on me with multiple other girls and then he broke up with me. Also, just know that this guy was my first kiss and first makeout. Anyways, that weekend, he was posted up hanging out with the girl that he cheated on me with, and every single day she would send me pictures of her flipping me off, and she would send me death threats every single day. Also, that best friend I told you all about, me and her stopped being friends eventually because she did a lot of things. Also, this guy tried to get with me again last year, and I still didn't get with him because he's still known to be a hoe. Anyways, I still go to school with these people, wish the best for them. I'm done getting ready. Here's the fit. That's all for the story. Bye guys, love you.
Get ready with me just to get ready with me because I have meetings and a bunch of shit today. Starting with this Dieu moisturizer. I'm obsessed. I only used it under makeup, honestly, but it is so gorge and nice and hydrating. And it smells like a cream, you know, like a French baby cream. Mixy of these two things, Westman and Hourglass. So my hair is really curly right now because I refuse to go to the hairdresser more than once a week. The other day, I'm going to tell this story and people are going to be like, it's your fault. Like, I know it's my fault. I know. I got pulled over by this piece of shit cop. I got like $800 in tickets. Insane. But let me just tell you the story. I was texting, okay? Wrong. Never do that. I deserve every bit of that ticket. And to top it all off, I had just contested another cell phone ticket, and if you know those in Montreal, they're like over $500, 5 points. It's the most annoying thing in the world. Texting and driving wrong. Anyways, I got pulled over, sirens. The guy jumps out of a moving car. I literally went like this. I thought he was arresting me. He jumps out of a moving car and he's like, pull over. Like, I'm sad. I'm pulled over. Anyways, he's like, are you done your text message? I'm like, yeah. You know, like, I was like, yeah, just give me the ticket. Like, I didn't say it like that, but like, I knew I was getting a ticket. I wasn't arguing because I was texting. So I was like, yeah, I'm so sorry. I was all nice, whatever. I gave him my license. The guy goes, looks at my license. He goes, oh, I'm going to impound your car right now. I was like, what? What do you mean you're going to impound my car right now? Like, I have a child. I was like freaking out. I was ready to cry. He's like, your license is invalid. And I'm like, hey, I know it's for a fact not invalid because I literally just paid it. He's like, well, it says here that you're supposed to be driving with your glasses and you don't have your glasses. And then I was like, oh, okay, this guy is like just down to fuck people up today. He is in no mood to be like nice. It's like, are you serious? Like, I can see, I'm fine, I'm late. Just give me the ticket. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna impound your car. I was like, ugh. I did my wing off cam. I'm always self-conscious about how I do my wing. I was like, can my husband just come get my car instead of you impounding it? Like, give me a fucking break. He looks at me, he goes, or you can use your brain, like in French, and he can bring you your glasses. I was like, okay. He will bring me my glasses. The guy takes my license, goes on his little bitch ass computer to write me up a ticket. Comes back. He's like, I just want to let you know that driving is a privilege. I was like, okay. Like, first of all, not in Montreal, by the way. Really not. And he's like, oh, in French, he's like, tes pneus sont finis. Like, your tires are finished. I was like, okay. He's like, yeah, you're going to take this car and you're going to drive it. As soon as your husband brings you your glasses, you're going to drive it to a garage and you're going to get 4 new tires. I put your license plate in my system, and if I pull you over again, you're getting your car impounded. I was like, I understand I was fully in the wrong for texting, and I ate the ticket. Like, I'm not even arguing about that ticket. But like, did I have to get slapped with 4 other tickets on top? Like, not 4, but like, you know what I mean? Like, chill. And the guy, I swear, hated his life. Like, he was so mean. I've been pulled over before. I've gotten like tickets, and I can honestly say nobody likes to get a ticket, but like, I've gotten tickets from cops who are not mean. They're just doing their job. Like, this cop was mean. He like, it was thing after thing after thing. Like, just fuck off. Pretty much almost $800 later, here I am. I waited for my husband to bring me my glasses. He literally hates me. I wanted to tell the cop, like, my husband's gonna divorce me. Like, you have no idea what you're doing right now. And by the way, I will never text again. Like, It's been like 3-4 days since this has happened, and I've driven obviously with caution, and I haven't touched my phone. Like I learned my lesson, especially that my husband just paid like thousands of dollars worth of tickets, so I don't get 5 points off from the last cell phone ticket. And then like that day I get pulled over for a cell phone ticket. So it's not happening again. But it didn't have to be as bad as it was. He was so mean. And then today I was driving to go do my nails, and I saw him giving someone else a ticket, and I legit got scared. Like I switched lanes. I was like, fuck, I didn't change my tires. Like I'm not down to see this guy again. He was so mean. That's my story. Okay? Trying not to do too much makeup today because it's daytime as I beat my entire face, but this is pretty much the look. I don't even think I'm gonna do mascara. I'm just gonna throw on some sunnies and nobody's gonna say a word. So road glazing mist for a natural finish. By the way, like I was balding postpartum, and I'm not even kidding. My hair, even my hairdresser was like, your hair is so long and healthy. And I've been pretty consistent with my stuff. The Kerastase drops, the Genesis, and my prenatals. And I do a hair mask the night before a wash, Crown Affair. All is linked in my shop, but it's really working. It's been a while since I've seen my hair this glossy, and I'm really happy.
That's how my dad caught me and my boyfriend together in the bathroom. Of all places, the bathroom. If you watched my last couple of videos, then you know that I grew up with really strict parents. When I was in high school, I had this boyfriend, and we dated from our sophomore year of high school to our senior year of high school. Obviously, we're no longer together, and this is my ex-boyfriend that I'm talking about. Because my parents were so strict, they didn't want us to have any alone time ever, period. Like, we weren't allowed at his house, we weren't allowed to be over here. We always had to be out doing something, and they always wanted someone to be with us, which was annoying. As teenagers, of course, we wanted more time together, and so that got to the point of us either sneaking him over when my parents weren't here for some alone time, or his mom would eventually lie to my parents and be like, yeah, we have a family event going on, just so that I could come over for a little bit, because even she saw how bad it was. On this day in particular, we were 16 years old, and it was 4th of July. Why do I remember it was 4th of July? Well, because 4th of July is one of my favorite holidays, and he was going to spend the day with our family. My mom had left to run an errand, and my dad didn't live with us, so I was like, okay, we're safe if you want to come over. So he came over, and he parked his car down the block because we had a mutual friend that lived on the same block as us, and he would go over to his house sometime. So we were like, okay, on the off chance that my mom comes back, you can just go out the window, which he had done 2 times before, and run down to that friend's house and say that you were hanging out there. So he comes over, and I am in the bathroom doing my makeup just like this, doing my hair, getting ready for the day. All we wanted to do was say hi before the day started, I guess. Like, we weren't up to anything bad, we just occasionally wanted a moment to ourselves. So he's sitting in the bathroom with me while I'm getting ready. I'm on like the last 2 steps of my makeup when, lo and behold, the front door bursts open, and we're like, what is going on? My mom is not supposed to be home yet. Spoiler alert, it wasn't my mom, it was my dad. And so me being like, how the heck do I keep him out of the bathroom? I slam the door and I'm like, I'm taking a shower. I run over and I turn the shower on. Me and my ex-boyfriend stare at each other like this. Like, what the hell do we do? My dad was not a dumb man. I knew that there was like a 50-50 chance that he had seen my ex-boyfriend's car when he drove down the street, because he was knocking on the door, asking me what I was doing. And I was like, I'm showering. If it wasn't obvious, there's not like a window in my bathroom where we could have snuck my ex-boyfriend out of. Like, we were fully trapped in the bathroom. There was no way that he could have gotten out. And so me being like, oh, I'm so smart, I'm like, I'm gonna call my mom and say that I'm having an allergic reaction and I need Zyrtec, because I was having bad seasonal allergies at the time. I don't know why. So I call her and I'm like, hey, I need you to have my dad go to the store and get me Zyrtec. I'm having an allergic reaction. Like, he needs to go now. Please send him to Walmart, because we have a Walmart that's literally like less than a mile away from our house. On the phone, she's like, okay, I'll send him. Little did I know they had already been communicating. So I finished talking to my mom, and then I text my dad the same thing. I'm like, I'm in the shower right now. I'm having such bad allergies. I can't breathe. Please go to the store and get me Zyrtec. Me and ex-boyfriend look at each other, and we wait like 2 minutes, and we're like, okay, obviously we need to see if the coast is clear, but we're not just going to burst out of the bathroom. We need to make it look realistic in case he is still sitting there, because our bathroom leads right out into our kitchen and our living room. So like, that's where my dad would be, and we couldn't get past if he was still there. So we were like, okay, we told my dad that I was in the shower. I need to make it look like I was in the shower in case I like pop my head out and he's still sitting there. He's gonna be like, why has the shower been on for like 10 minutes and you're fully dressed? You know what I mean? Like, he would just think that we were up to something bad. So I was in this big sleeve shirt, and I pull the sleeves off of my shoulders and like tie them around my front, and I wrap my towel around myself. And our linen closet is right next to our bathroom. So I was like, okay, I devised this little plan. I'll just pop out, grab a face rag from our linen closet, and tell him that I forgot a face rag while I was in the shower, and that I'm like not washing my hair because my hair wasn't wet. So I do all this. I stick my head out of the bathroom door. I grab a rag. I look behind myself and I see him, hands crossed, sitting at the kitchen table. He gets up. He runs towards me. I slam the bathroom door. He sticks his boot in front of it. I slam it anyway. I lock that thing. I'm like, get out. I'm showering. I'm naked. I wasn't, but I'm yelling that. At this point, I am leaned up against the bathroom door, using my body weight to keep it closed. Me and my ex-boyfriend look at each other. We're like, what the F are we gonna do? The shower is still running. And so I step away from the bathroom door and I'm like, okay, we gotta figure this out. At this point, we are doing everything in our power to figure out a way where we could hide my ex-boyfriend. So I am like clearing stuff out of the bathroom cabinets and trying to make him squeeze in. It didn't work. He was way too big. We are trying to make him hide in the shower, but the shower is wet because it's been running for like the past 15 minutes. We're like, well, maybe you could just lay down in the bath and he wouldn't notice you. Obviously, he's gonna notice. Like, he knows something is up if he didn't leave and go get the allergy pills. We were terrified. We leave the shower running for probably 5 more minutes. We shut it off. I turn the blow dryer on. There's nothing to blow dry because I was never in the shower, but I'm holding it there as we're staring at each other, not even having a conversation, just in fear because we don't know what the heck to do. Finally, we shut the blow dryer off. We have, at this point, come to the conclusion that there is nothing we can do. There is no getting out of this. My dad is not going to leave. He has been waiting his whole entire life for this moment. And so we look at each other and we're like, should we just tell him? And he's like, yeah. And so the blow dryer comes off and very, very gingerly, I say, I have to tell you something. And my dad goes, okay, come on out. My ex grabs his keys from where they were sitting on the bathroom counter and we walk out looking more scared than we ever have before in a single file line. We line up in front of my dad and we try to explain to him that my ex-boyfriend literally only came over to say hi to me while I was doing my makeup and we were not up to anything bad. He, of course, does not believe us. He launches into the talk and gives us this whole long lecture about it and how he and my mom don't want us spending any time alone together at 16 years old. We again assure him that we were not up to anything like that because we weren't. Like, I swear, 6 years later, we weren't. But he insists that he heard my ex-boyfriend's belt scraping against the ground, like, assuming that his pants had been off. And the sound that he heard was literally him picking up his lanyard of keys off of the kitchen counter, and it made like, or the bathroom counter, and it made like a scraping sound. And he thought that it was his belt off the floor. And so he was convinced, this man was convinced. After that, my ex-boyfriend does the walk of shame back to his car. He's very sad, very dejected, very embarrassed. And so am I. And then my dad spends the next like 30 minutes gloating over me about how I wasn't smarter than him and how he knew that he was in there the whole time, which, like, to be fair, it was kind of obvious, but whatever. Yeah, safe to say, my ex-boyfriend did not spend that 4th of July with us. My dad and I went and did our plans that we were all going to do together by ourselves. I was also really lucky that happened on 4th of July because it kind of distracted my family from everything that had happened and we didn't bring it up again. Anyway, that's the story of how we got caught in the bathroom together. My parents don't believe my side of the story to this day, but it's okay. Hope you enjoyed. Bye.
Ready with me while I'll tell you about the time that I got attacked by a homeless person in Virginia Beach. Me and a couple other people had driven up to Virginia Beach for that night to go to a wedding, and we were staying at a hotel right on the boardwalk. The wedding was in the afternoon, so then a little bit after the wedding that night, we wanted to go down to the boardwalk just to walk around. We hadn't gone down to the actual like water in the beach yet, so we decided to go down real quick. It was dark, so we decided to just put our toes in real quick, and then we headed back up to the boardwalk. We had made our way all the way up to right where the stairs started walking up the stairs. Then all of a sudden, as soon as I get onto the boardwalk, I feel a hand grab the back of my hair and pull me completely backwards like that onto the ground. Now the position that we're in is she is underneath me with her hand wrapped in my hair, and then I'm laying on my back on top of her. She then takes her other hand and wraps it around my neck like this, so I am completely being choked. I can't breathe. I can't even scream. Since I literally couldn't scream or breathe, I was literally just repeatedly tapping the person I was walking with while they were also trying to pull the woman off of me, and then also random other grown men from the boardwalk were trying to pull this lady off of me. It was a whole entire scene. Here's the real kicker. She was literally screaming that I had raped her the whole entire time while she was doing this. I have never met this lady before. I am a shorter 19-year-old girl. That didn't happen. Me and other grown men on the boardwalk could not even separate myself from this lady, so you know. They eventually got her off of me and she immediately booked it, of course. She tried walking like down the street and then like turning into the buildings like away from the beach, but like we had seen where she went and people had already started calling the police at this point. Right after she walked away, the police got there very shortly after that and just
you know, asked for my story, asked for my ID, what happened, and then they had sent other units to go look for the lady that had walked away. They had found her not too far because she was just on foot walking, and then they told me to go get into a police car, sit in the front seat, and then they drove me past where she was, and then I just had to give the police officer I was with a thumbs up or a thumbs down whether it was her or not, like if they had gotten the right suspect. It was in fact her. So then the police officer took me back to the original spot he got me from, and then just explained to me that I was probably gonna have to go to court and I'd be getting phone calls and stuff. And that's exactly what happened. He said because she also strangled me and I couldn't breathe, that she would probably be going to jail for a very long time. They took her to jail that night and she is still there to this day. Strangling someone is a felony. This happened like 7 or 8 months ago, and then just last month I had to go to court for the first time, and that court was just to say basically if she did it or not, but you know, I gave my statement, she clearly did it, and there might be more court cases after that. It's just a very long process, but she still is in jail and it is not over yet, so stay tuned.
Get ready with me, story time about, okay, girl. Story time on my first date fail, girl. Disclaimer, this happened honestly almost a year ago and I'm no longer in contact with this man. So this guy Snapchats me and I don't really recognize his name or don't know where he came from, but when I open it, I realize he's kind of cute. So I snap him back and we start snapping, and that's when I realized that he also lives in the same town as me. Like, how did I not know about this man? Start talking, and that's when I mentioned that I worked that night at the bar, and he's like, oh, I actually don't really go out. Okay, but maybe some of my friends, I can convince them and like I might see you there. Okay. Then he also mentions like maybe on a day when you're off, like a Sunday or something, like we can go get dinner or go get lunch. And I'm kind of like, okay, like I'm really big on like actual dates, not just like come over and chill. So we spend the whole rest of the day like snapping and texting, and like it's pretty quick responses, like it's going well. And then he ends up going out that night and seeing me at work. I'm like pretty busy, so I just briefly like talk to him, and that's when I'm like, wait, he's actually like really good looking. And then he just goes out with his friends and we just like text for the remainder of the night. I get off work pretty late, but at one point, like close to like 4, at one point we were texting and then I just like didn't hear from him anymore, but it was only like 2:30, so I was like, wow, I guess he really just went out and then went straight home, went straight to bed. I was supposed to go to the pool the next day with some of my friends, and I think I had like invited him. So I was like, you know what? Like, I'm just gonna see him tomorrow. I wake up the next day and he still hasn't opened my message and I haven't heard from him. And I'm like, okay, I guess it like really did a number on him going out. My friends pick me up. I'm in the car with them and I'm like telling them about him, but I'm like, dude, like, I think I'm getting ghosted right now. At this point, like, he definitely has to be awake. Like, he just ghosted me or probably met some girl out last night, and I just have to accept it. But then like my crazy starts to kick in and I check his snap score. I noticed that it's not moving at all, like for a long time. And I'm like, okay, something is just like off here. I'm seriously starting to let this eat at me. And I just get this feeling in my gut, like this random moment of intuition. For context, I do not have Facebook. So I had to borrow my friend's phone to ask really quick if I could use her Facebook to check busted newspaper. I'm scrolling through all the people that got arrested over the weekend and I just like do not see him. It honestly just looks like a bunch of crackheads. And so I'm about to hand the phone back, but as I'm turning and I'm handing the phone back, the screen keeps scrolling. And then I see a little bit of like brown fluffy hair at the bottom of the screen. And I'm like, no. Lo and behold, my little jailbird. I literally like start yelling like we're pulling into the pool. And I'm like, oh my gosh, like he got arrested. I'm like half relieved that I'm not getting ghosted, but for the most part, I feel terrible that like the one time he goes to the bar district, it's to see me and he got arrested. He did actually end up texting me later that day and was like, hey, sorry, I just got out of jail. You're good. You're good. I'm honestly not going to go into the details of the circumstances of his arrest, just not only for his sake, but mine. But we made it to lunch the next day. But then we talked for 3 weeks and it was like the most intense 3 weeks of love bombing I think I've like ever had in my life. Anyways, that's all. Bye.
11 years old, I told my mom that I was pregnant. So let me set the scene for you. So I'm 11 years old. Growing up, I grew up in the church. It was no boys. If you kiss a boy, you're gonna get pregnant, you're gonna die. Okay? No. none of that. So I never had the talk. So I'm 11 years old. I go to the movies. We're sitting in the front row. Homeboy hugs me while we're sitting down, which is already like, I'm probably pregnant already. So he hugs me. His finger grazed my zipper, which like I felt like as he pulled his hand back, and I was like you know how boys are sneaky today, but like I didn't really think anything of it until I convinced myself that he had gone to the bathroom. And then now I'm pregnant. So I get home, I'm crying at this point. I got in the shower. I'm like, if I take a shower, maybe I can get the pregnant off me. And so I'm like sitting there, I'm crying. I go to my mom and I'm like, Mommy, I'm pregnant. There's nothing I can do. There's nothing I can say. Like, it is what it is. And she was like, okay, tell me what happened. And then I tell her, and she's like, well, you're right. You are pregnant. And so I freaked out and I cried. And by this point, I'd already texted the poor kid. And I was like, how are you going to provide for this family? How are you going to, how are you going to work? Like, what are you going to do for us? Because I can't raise this baby on my own. So mind you, like, after 20 minutes of having a literal mental breakdown, my mom was like, Maria, you're so stupid. Of course you're not pregnant. What's wrong with you? No. And then she tells me, you know, we had the talk, and that was that. And that's why you should always have the talk with your children, because if you don't, like, things will happen, and then they'll think that they're pregnant. Thank you.
Alright, so today I'm gonna be doing a Get Ready With Me Storytime edition on one of the last times that I saw my dad, my real dad. So if many of y'all know me, like, personally, you would know that I don't see my dad anymore, my real dad. I haven't seen him in I don't know how many years, a long time. So yeah, so this was about like 4th grade, and we didn't spend the night with my dad. Like, we did, but then like stuff happened, and so this was just a day visit. And I was doing all-star cheer at this point, and he had to pick me up and drop me off at cheer. So I remember this practice being like a rough practice for me. Like, it was a very long practice, and I just wanted to go home. Like, I did not want to stay there any longer than I wanted. I was ready to go home. And also, he promised me after practice that we would all go get snowballs. So I remember when he got there, so there was like a big window when you walked in, so you could watch like the teams practicing, and like the floors were facing this way and the windows was right here. So the parents could watch us practice. So I remember looking, and he was there, and I was like, okay, like, he showed up. Good thing he showed up to pick me up. So the practice ended, and I was walking out, and we were walking to like his car, and I was like noticing that he was stumbling around a lot, and I was like, okay, this is weird. I was watching him like walk to the car. So his car, he had a truck. It was like, it was the type of door that you had to like open up the front door to open up the back door. And the back of the car was not very big. So usually I sat in the front, and yeah. So So we were walking to the car, and obviously I saw him stumbling, and I was like, okay, this is weird. Like, because he was perfectly fine before he picked me up. He was like, do you want to sit in the front seat? And I was like, don't want to sit in the front seat. Because usually I sat in the front seat. So he walks over to the side, to like the passenger side, and he opens the door for me. And he like, when he opens it, he like runs into like the door. And so that's when I was like, okay, something's seriously wrong. He opens the door for me, he runs into it obviously. And so he gets in the driver's seat, and I'm like starting to text my mom because I'm scared. Like, I don't know if we're even gonna make it home, because home was like, we were in Baton Rouge, and we lived in Central. Well, he stayed with his parents, and they lived in Central. Well, okay, so I remember when he pulled out, when he went out, he swerved into the other lane, like the lane that's not his lane. Like, you know, the lane that's going this way, we were going this way. He pulled out into this lane, and a car almost hit us. So when that happened, I was like, Dad, and he was like, I got it, like, everything's okay. So, you know, we're driving and everything. We probably you have to go like this lane, and then you have to turn, and then there's a light right there. So we go to that light, we pull up to the light, obviously, and it's a red light, and there's a black, like, small car. I'm pretty sure, if I can remember, there's like a black small car in front of us, and he is not stopping. He is going full throttle to that car, and we had a little short distance from where we turned to the stoplight, and he's not stopping. And so he ends up like slowing down. I see his head going like this, and we're very close to the car. So I'm sitting behind him, and I'm just texting my mom. Like, I'm watching the road and texting my mom at the same time. And so when that happens, I end up shaking him to wake him up, and he ends up stopping once he wakes up. He's like, what? So we were stopped. I end up asking him, like, were you asleep behind the wheel? He was like, no, I wasn't. I was like, yes, you were. And I was like, pull over, I don't want to be in the car with you anymore. And he was like, no, Hadley, I'm fine. Like, we're not pulling over. He was not pulling over. And I'm like, no, like, actually pull over. I do not want to be in the car with you anymore. It took him a little, like, convincing and, like, demanding to pull over, because he was not about to pull over, and I did not want to die that day. I was only in 4th grade. I did not want to die. Okay, so the light turns green, and there's a neighborhood, like, by. And so we end up pulling into the neighborhood, and I'm bawling my eyes out. I'm so scared. And I end up calling my mom, and my mom has, like, 360 on me, and she already knew what was happening at this point, like, that he was acting funny. So she was probably watching my live 360. And I ended up calling her, bawling hysterically, and like she could barely understand what I was saying. And I'm like, Mom, there's something wrong with Dad. Like, he's acting funny, and he's falling asleep behind the wheel and everything. And she's like, okay, I'm on my way. We only lived like probably 2 minutes from the road from this, and because we used to live in Baton Rouge. And so she calls the cops, and she's on her way too. So she's in the car with my stepdad and everything, and they're rushing here to where I am. And my mom ends up getting there, and I'm like I'm looking out of the back window. I'm sitting there out of the back window. And my mom says that when she pulled up, she saw me, and I was bawling. I was ready to get out of the car, and he's asleep in the front of the car. He's sleeping. So, my mom ends up getting there, and she ends up ripping me out of the car. So, after she rips me out of the car, we're sitting in her car, and my stepdad opens up the door for where my real dad is, and he ends up trying to take the keys away from him, and they're fist fighting, and so by the time the cops get there, his adrenaline was up, so he had nothing left in his system for them to be like he was on stuff. So the cops didn't charge him at all for anything. They didn't put him in handcuffs or nothing. Like, they did nothing. And my real dad's dad ends up getting to the scene. He's like, there's nothing wrong with him. They didn't believe that he did nothing wrong. Like, they didn't think he was a perfect child. So the cops end up sending him off, like, away. And a few weeks later, he ends up getting, like, tested, and he ends up failing all of them. So after that happened, the court ended up scheduling us to where he could only see us at parenting center, and you had to schedule to see us, like, at the parenting center. And then I only saw him about, like, once at that parenting center, and he just stopped scheduling them. Alright, well, that was my story time on how I haven't seen my dad since.
Storytime how my parents snuck me into a bar at 18 years old. For reference, I'm 19 now, and I don't even look 19. So it was me, my parents, my older sister who's 27, and myself at this like house. There was like 25 people there. And like everybody was older because it was all like friends of my like parents and then like people who were like 25. Okay, so everybody decides they want to go to a downtown Okoboji for some drinks. Okay, and then my parents were like, okay, what about Haley? Like, we don't want her to be bored tonight. My sister's like, why don't she come? My parents like, what? And then my sister's like, I have my passport. She can use my ID. And I was like, okay, I mean, I guess. So I was going to use her driver's license, and she's 5'4", and she's 27 years old. I'm not 5'4". And my parents, like, had this friend that was, like, with us that, like knew the owner, like, was maybe higher up at the bar. I don't know, but he, like, knew the owner. And then I called my cousin, and we're like, hey, like, come with us. My parents, like, we're taking Haley. And she's like, you're taking Haley? And then she's like, okay, like, I'll come. So we get to the bar, and it's, like, pretty big line because, like, it's, like, a bigger bar. And then, like, waiting in line, it gets to me. Security guard out there is like, hey, you know it's, like, 9:54, right? And I look at my phone, and I'm like, oh, yeah. And then, like, my parents' friend walks up, and he's like, yeah, she's 21. Like, she's with us. And then they're like, okay, go ahead. To this bar, there was, like, 3 floors. Like, there was a concert going on. Like, it was a pretty big deal. But me and my mom, like, don't drink. So we both got, like, Shirley Temples, and we're just, like, hanging out. And then we left at 11:30 because we were bored. I think it's funny how I'm doing my makeup right now for church. And I'm talking about how I got into a bar at 18 this summer with my parents. Thanks for watching. Bye.
Story time about the worst night of my life. I'm hosting, okay? And I got my house all ready. I was pretty excited. Me and these 2 girls, we were like talking and like sort of arguing in my cabana. And I was like confronting sort of, but they were also like confronting me. And I was like, y'all just like talk so bad about me. And like I knew that they talked bad about me. This girl goes, you think that's all we do, Olivia? All we do is talk shit about you? I look her in the eyes and I go, yes. Fast forward like a week. I'm scrolling on TikTok and I see this video that's like scary voicemails. So of course, like any normal person would, I went and I checked my voicemails. So what's this? A voicemail from one of my friends, one of my really good friends, the same night that the party was. I listened to like the first 5 seconds. It's like nothing. It's just like, oh my god, like muffled sounds, whatever. I go to Snapchat and I text her. I'm like, OMG, I just found a voicemail. She goes, oh, like what did I say? I was like, like I don't know, just blah. I go and I listen to the rest of it. There are 3 girls absolutely shitting on me. So anyway, yeah, so I have a voicemail of people talking bad about me. I look at the time, like 9 p.m. is the voicemail. This girl said to me, you think all we do is talk shit about you? At 10 p.m., 1 hour after this girl had been talking shit about me. So anyway, not friends with these girls anymore. SYS, save yourself, because no. Anyway, that might have been like the most like what? Like what? Anyway, some of them still watching the video, so I just want to like also say that this was not like the only thing that occurred that night. There were a bunch of different factors that like led up to the argument. It was a pretty emotional night, so. But this is just one thing that stuck out to me because I just can't stop thinking about it. Anyways, I love you guys so much, and I hope that everyone has such a great Monday. I'll see you guys tomorrow morning. Mwah. Bye.
What is your worst field trip experience? I'll go first. So when I was in high school, every single history field trip that I ever took, I got sick, injured, or both. To the point where my classmates would literally put money on what the injury was gonna be, how it was going to happen, and the body part. Like American real dollars changed hands over this. So I'm 16, it's my first history field trip of junior year, and we have a brand new, fresh out of college, 22-year-old history teacher. We'll call him Mr. McBride. So Mr. McBride is unaware of all of this, okay? Until we get on the bus the day of the field trip. We're talking about everything, and then somebody asks, Mr. McBride, did you want to place your bet on what Jess's injury is going to be? And then Mr. McBride very quickly learns about my history of injury, illness, or both on history field trips. He's like, you know what? I don't want to play with fate like that. So we go to Colonial Williamsburg. The thing about Colonial Williamsburg, the whole city is in character. Like, it's like back in the 1600s, everybody, like there are literal people churning butter. There's nothing modern. We're walking around, we're having a great time. You know, we've basically been left on our own for that day, except we all regroup for lunch. And during lunch, there are bees buzzing around. And I turn to my best friend Leah and I say, I told you I'm allergic to bees, right? And she's like, you have never once told me that you were allergic to bees. And I'm like, yeah, so I'm allergic to bees. And she goes, okay, good information to know. We're walking around, you know, we're getting towards the end of the field trip. Mr. McBride is like 50-ish yards away from me, something like that. I don't even think he was that far. I think he was pretty close, actually. And I'm walking underneath a tree. This is 20 minutes before we're due to leave, okay? Everybody's like, Jess hasn't gotten hurt yet. Something's wrong. Like, what's going on? 20 minutes before we're supposed to leave. I'm walking underneath the tree and I feel something on my thumb, and I think a leaf has fallen onto my thumb. And it's just kind of clinging on. And so I brush it off on my pants. And the stinger digs in, and it's a bee. And the horror, with the blood drained from my face, Mr. McBride, getting closer, I watch his face fall. He goes, you've got to be fucking joking. He starts running towards us. I rip my thumb ring off because I don't want my thumb to swell and my ring to get caught on there, and like that's a worse ordeal. So I rip my thumb ring off, which unfortunately digs the stinger in deeper. He gets to us. He goes, please don't tell me a bee just stung you. And I'm like, so do you want me to tell you a bee didn't sting me, or do you want me to tell you the truth? And he's like, fuck, I'm not supposed to swear in front of students, fuck. Again, this man is 22. He's struggling very hard with all of this. He's like, where's your EpiPen? And in that moment, I realized I changed my bag that morning. I didn't bring my EpiPen. And I look at him, he looks at me, and he goes, you've got to be fucking joking. My thumb is starting to swell. My face is starting to get itchy. I am actively going into anaphylactic shock. He is hustling. He's like begging people. He's like, does anybody have Benadryl? Does anybody have an EpiPen? And no one has Benadryl or an EpiPen. He goes up to a shopkeeper and he's like, do you have Benadryl or an EpiPen? She goes, ye old Benadryl? I've never heard of such thing. Churning butter. And he goes, no, seriously, like my student is dying. Like, and she goes, of cholera? Oh, unfortunate. And he's like, no, please stop. She's dying. She got stung by a bee. And this finally snaps her out of it. She's like, oh, fuck. So she doesn't have anything for me. They're like calling around. No one has anything. And I am like, my vision's starting to go in. I'm like, my breathing is getting labored. My thumb is like ballooned to the size of, my thumb is like twice, maybe 3 times the size it should be. I'm on a bench. And this point is where I kind of black out because I don't remember any of this until I get to the hospital. My best friend Leah tells me that I just kind of collapsed on the bench. They call an ambulance. The ambulance is getting me loaded up. They are immediately pumping me full of epinephrine. I'm like, in the back of the ambulance, finally starting to kind of come to. And Leah gets in the back of the ambulance with me. Mr. McBride is like, there's no way I'm getting you out of this ambulance, right? She goes, no fucking way. She's not supposed to be there with me. Unbeknownst to literally everybody else, this ambulance has pulled up and they don't know that I'm already in the ambulance. Somebody takes a picture and sends it to our high school group chat. Look, Jess's ride is here. Again, unbeknownst that I'm actually in the back of the ambulance then. So they take me to the hospital. They're pumping me full of epinephrine. I'm like coming out of it. My thumb is like huge. They pull this stinger out of it. Like they're finally getting like my body back under control. So we're in the room and we're just kind of waiting now for like the effects to go down, for my body to be monitored. And the unfortunate side effect of Benadryl is that it makes me high. Is the best way I can put it. Loosey-goosey, if you will. And poor Mr. McBride was 22 and the baseball coach. And very, very attractive. So while Leah's out in the hallway talking to my mom, Mr. McBride is in there with me, scrolling on his phone, and I'm like, Mr. McBride. He's like, oh my God, Jessica, please. Mr. McBride, did you know? Jessica, I'm begging you, please, I can't. Did you know that you have a baseball ass? Jessica, you are 16, and I would love to round. So then he gets up and he leaves the room. Rightfully so. I traumatized that poor man. So we wait a couple hours to make sure I'm like okay and everything, as well as the time it takes for my mom to come get us. So the bus left without us. Completely understandable. We had no idea how long I was going to be. The bus is left without us. And before everybody else got on the bus, they were told very specifically, Leah is on this bus. She did not go to the hospital with Jessica. Leah is on this bus because she was not supposed to be with me. My mom gets down there. Again, it's Colonial Williamsburg. It's like 2.5 hours away from where I live. The only thing that woman has downloaded on her phone for music is Panic at the Disco's complete tour set list. So for the next 2.5 hours, we listen to Brendan Urie. I'm in the back seat, high as a kite. My thumb's huge. My best friend sitting next to me, knocked out because she sleeps in the car. Mr. McBride is in the front seat of this car, regretting every single life choice that he has made up until this moment. And my mom's in the front, driving along, as middle-aged moms with minivans do. And so to this day, I can't feel this ridge of my thumb because of the bee sting. And I am pretty sure Mr. McBride will also never forget that day.
Hey y'all, so get ready with me and talk about the first time I ever got caught sneaking out. So this was like a couple years ago, Don't mind what I'm using because I literally forgot my blenders in my car and I don't feel like walking all the way over there, so I'm using like the back of this. But anyway, so it's basically like it's basically, let's say, I think it's 8th grade or freshman year, and I literally, my friends, so like I had a phone, and then my friends are like, oh, come over and hang out, da 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 da. And then back then my mom used to be like hella strict, so I wasn't really allowed to go like other places, but like I could go to my friend's house, or not my friend's house, like my friends could come to our house, type of like parent or whatever. So basically I was like, oh yeah, da da da, this is where I'm at, because so my friends literally live like across the street from me, and I was like, oh yeah, I live over here, meet me on the corner or whatever, right? And then I would like walk over to you guys, because like they were kind of like a 10-minute walk, and like I didn't want to walk by myself all the way over there, so they met me up at the corner or whatever. And then freaking tell me why, so we get to like their house or whatever, and we have to jump this wall, and this wall is literally like, it's to like a house or whatever. And then we have to jump this wall, and it's like a little bit high, so like I had to get boosted up or whatever. And then I had to get boosted up, and then there's like on the other end there's like a Walmart chair. It's like those I don't know how to explain it. It's like those white Walmart chairs. So I'm literally getting boosted up over the wall, and then I go and I'm like, okay, like can one of y'all put a chair down, da 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 da. And then they were like, yeah, we got you, blah blah. So they went and go put the chair. So I'm wearing jeans at the time. I'm wearing jeans and then like a regular shirt. So I literally jump it. Why the hell did the chair break? The chair literally broke. The Walmart freaking plastic white chair broke on me. So this is literally the wall. Jump over onto the chair and it freaking broke. And then like the way it went like through my leg. And that shit literally, like, I literally till this day I still have a scar from it. And then literally freaking whatchamacallit, it cut me open, all that, and then like it hurt, but at the moment I didn't know it was cut. So then jump it, cut, whatever. And then I'm walking around with my friends like at the fireplace or whatever. I'm like, dude, my leg's like freaking hurting. So I like open the jeans or whatever, pull them back. Dude, like I have this huge ass like bleeding, you could see scar tissue, and I'm just like, oh my god. And they were like, yeah, put like whatever it's called, like alcohol and stuff on it when you get home. So I was like, okay, so whatever. Time passes, it's late at night, and then we have a neighbor who like hangs out, and he's usually would be staying up, drinking, whatever the hell. So he's literally up or whatever, and then I get dropped off by my friend's mom. So they dropped me off, and then yeah, I thought I was walking, but no, I got dropped off. So I got dropped off or whatever, and then tell me why my shit's like hurting. And then obviously in the morning, like I have to tell my mom. So she's sitting here like, what happened to you, da 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 da. And my ass, I'm like not knowing what the hell to say. I'm like I like, so there's like a park in the old neighborhood I used to live at. So I was like, oh, like I just went to the park, I just wanted to like clear my head, da da da. And then she was like, that doesn't sound right, blah 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 blah. And I was like, no, that's what happened. So then her friend comes over, who's like a nurse or whatever, and then she ends up like helping with my cut. And then I was like, okay, well, like I went to the park, like what the heck. And because my mom, like all that day, she kept saying, what did you do, what did you do, like, because I told her I went to the park, and then how I got the cut is, oh, I just fell off a tree. But like with how bad the cut was, she was like, no you didn't, no you didn't. And then I was like, fuck, like that's all I was thinking in my head. I was like, do I tell the truth, do I not? And then I was like, bro, I'm not even gonna say anything. But hold up, this video is low-key getting long, so I'm gonna just make a part 2. Okay, so part 2 of get ready with me / how the hell I got caught sneaking out for the first time. So then y'all tell me why all of a sudden at night my mom comes into my room, and then she's talking about so you snuck out. And I was like heart's beating so fast, coming out my chest. I'm thinking in my head, how the hell does she know, like what the fuck? And I don't know if I'm allowed to cuss on here or not, but I was like, how the hell does she know, like you're playing? Like no, I did not sneak out. But at the time I was like, no, like I didn't. And I'm still sitting here in my head thinking, like, how does she know that I snuck out? So tell me why, y'all. The neighbor, she walked over to the neighbor's house because she knows the neighbor being out late. The neighbor's talking about the neighbor told her about how I got dropped off, and I was like I'm just like in shock as all this is happening. And then I'm like, fudge, like bro, you're joking. So my mom's sitting here, like I wasn't there for it, but my mom's sitting here telling me, she's like, oh, so the neighbor's saying that you got dropped off, blah blah blah, so he's lying. And I was like, no, he's not. And then I ended up getting in trouble. And then, but my mom, luckily, she didn't know how I stuck out, because I had one of those windows where like, or not windows, I had one of those bedrooms where like, it was literally right next to like the backyard, if that makes sense. The backyard gate, to be like specific. It was right next to the backyard gate, so it's easy to sneak out. So literally after I got caught, a week later, I literally snuck out again, because what the hell. But this time, like, moving forward, when I would like sneak out, I would make sure that like the neighbor wasn't over there, or not over there, but like the neighbor wasn't like staying up late, because it was one of those neighbors where they're like hanging out in the garage. Because remember in my last video I said how he stayed up late. So yeah, it was one of those neighbors who would just like chill in the freaking garage. So every time I would sneak out past then, I would make sure that like he wasn't up and whatnot. But yeah, that's basically how I got caught sneaking out, and it was a crazy experience. And literally till this day, I have the freaking scar on my leg, and it looks so ugly, like literally so ugly. But yeah, I usually take long to get ready, so I didn't even really like make up the time for this video. But that's basically the get ready with me / how I literally got caught sneaking out. It was literally the worst day of my life, like so embarrassing. But yeah, and that's it. And I'll probably start making more videos, because I want to start making more TikToks for my page. But thank y'all if y'all watched the whole thing.
Story time about how me and poster boy broke up. So this was like a month ago. I promise I'm fine now. We broke up right before our 6-month anniversary, before Valentine's Day. All my friends are fake, apparently, and I'm gonna pray about it and ask God to remove anyone from my life that's not a part of my permanent plan. About like 2 days later, I got a text. He was telling me, oh, I just don't think this is gonna work out. Like, I just don't want to waste my first Valentine on someone that I'm not gonna marry. It's not coming off! I called him, he answered crying. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Like, can we get back together? And I said, yeah. But that's your last straw, because I'm not doing this indecisiveness. I can't deal with a breakup every single week with the same guy. And then I finally correlate the two. I'm like, oh, I just prayed this prayer, and then he just broke up with me. Great. And I pray to God, I'm like, if that was a mistake, make him break up with me again. Please, like, I'm not doing this. A week goes by, before bed, freshly showered, just shaved everywhere. Like it's one of those good nights. And he calls me and he said, look, I don't think this is gonna work out. So we end the call and I go downstairs and I cry in my mom's arms for 3 hours. I go back upstairs and rip down all of the posters and things that we had together, except for this one Polaroid thing. I kept that in my memory box because it was really cute. I'm actually showing y'all because I don't gaff. But look at this one. It's cute. But after that, I go to bed because I need my beauty rest. And then I get woken up at 2 in the morning to 20 notifications from this guy. And he's just saying things like, can we get back together? I miss you. I messed up. Please. And I told him, I was like, no, I made a promise to myself that I wasn't going to take you back if this happened again. And he said, oh, I get it. Like, I know how you are about your promises to yourself and keeping your promises, but can I be an exception? Oh my gosh, I forgot skincare. So we did not get back together. And I told him, okay, well, we can talk later when I'm ready. And like, I dated this guy for 6 months. Of course I'm going to be emotional. And we ended up not talking until like 2 weeks after. And I told him, okay, when do you want your hoodies back? Because like they're taking up space in my closet and I'm about to go shopping for summer. Like, when do you want them back? We end up following each other. Like we add each other back on Snap and we follow each other on Instagram again. He follows me on like several of my accounts. A couple days after adding each other back, he texts me and he's like, so will we ever get back together? And I said, not in the foreseeable future. Not even joking, an hour later, he had unadded me on every single app that he could. But I did text him happy birthday when it was his birthday, and he just said, yeah. Yeah.
to a happy birthday? Let's be for real. We haven't talked since. But all of his siblings have added me. His older brother added me on Snap. His sister keeps like texting me all the time. So I don't know about that. Like, I don't know what's going on there. But that does mean I get to look hot all summer and see cute beach boys when we go on vacations and crush on them, but not get with them because, yeah, I don't do long distance around here. That's, like, not something I can handle. Okay, I think I'm gonna do my lips. I had to, like, reject 2 guys. I would have said yes to one if I was single for a while. So I told him to wait because I'm just not one of them girls that, like, break up with someone and then use people as a rebound. I like to think we broke up on good terms, but I can't read his mind, and every time we pass each other in the hallway, he puts his freaking head down, which is crazy. The audacity goes crazy because you're the one who broke up with me. This is a final look. I love you guys so much, and remember that just because something in your life doesn't work out doesn't mean that you have to completely shut down, and it's okay. Everyone does grieve in different ways, like I said, but you do have to remember to not let your life be completely over just because one man didn't work out. That just means there's someone even better out there for you. I love you guys so much. Bye!
Hey guys, get ready with me while I tell you how I did an at-home abortion at 16 years old. By the way, you can get this eye cream on navar.com. It's literally the only eye cream that doesn't make my concealer crease. Alright, so when I was 16, you know, that's like kind of the normal age. You start fooling around, you know what I mean? I don't want to say the word. And guess what? A bitch ended up pregnant. Obviously, I couldn't tell my mom because this has always been my mom's like #1 rule. Like, if you come home and you're not ready for a baby and you're pregnant, like, I'm literally gonna kick you out. I got to thinking and I'm like, well, I obviously can't just tell my mom because since I'm not 18, I would have to have my mom come with me to get an abortion. So I finally came up with my plan, and the first step was to go sleep over my friend's house, and that's exactly what I did. We then grabbed our fake IDs and we went to the liquor store, and we bought a bottle of Pink Whitney and a bottle of Grey Goose, like the big ones. We went back home, put on our PJs, and I started to drown the Pink Whitney bottle. And I drank the entire bottle of Pink Whitney all by myself. I obviously wasn't conscious, so they had to end up calling the fucking ambulance. And I obviously knew that was gonna happen because, you know, you get alcohol poisoning if you drink too much. My thought process was just like, it's way better for my mom to find out that I got alcohol poisoning because that's something forgivable than to find out that I'm fucking pregnant. See, she was still mad over the fact that I literally got alcohol poisoning, but it was way better than it would have been if she found out I was pregnant. And the baby did in fact end up dying. Well, it wasn't even a baby yet. I had found out, like, I was only pregnant for 2 weeks. I think that's why I was able to die just from a bottle of alcohol, since I had literally only been pregnant for 2 weeks when I found out. So yeah, that's it. That's my story time. Let me know if you guys want more story times because I was a very, very crazy teenager.
Ready with me while I give a story time on how my mom found out I was pregnant by my school, which sounds wrong. I meant that my school told my mom. The school did not impregnate me, thank God. Basically, I had a feeling I was pregnant because I was dealing with nausea. I was dealing with just having to pee all the time, like probably since like August, and I just thought it was anxiety because I'm a dumbass. I'm a fucking dumbass. If you just take that test, honey. But fast forward to Christmas time, it was the day, literally we were going to break, I think the day after. My cosmetology class was having a Christmas party, and the whole time I was sitting there in agonizing pain. I could not get up. I just had my head down. I was exhausted. I literally was running off of I don't know how many hours of sleep. I don't understand how I was doing it. But my teachers realized, and they were kind of like, what the hell is happening? Because you're over here at a Christmas party where, you know, you're supposed to be happy with your head down in the freaking corner. So they pulled me aside, and I went out in the hallway, and I kind of just told them everything, like absolutely everything. Like, mom wasn't aware, how long I've known for, and just like basically everything that was going on in my life, because I had not told a single adult yet, because I was absolutely terrified of being judged. Like, I don't know. Like, you can understand, like, how that is and how fucking scary that probably is, especially with, like, the world we live in where everybody is very open about their opinions. But basically, they hugged me and begged me to tell my mother. I told them how far along I thought I was. They were really concerned about the fact that I was not getting any prenatal care, anything like that. So they were very, like, urgent on me telling my mom, which I completely agreed. Low-key sucks because I did not, in fact, tell my mom. They told me to tell my mom that Friday and then call them afterwards and let them know how it goes. And that Friday, I ended up staying home, and I was low-key freaking out, thinking that they were going to call, like, my mom and be like, hey, so did Maddie tell you? Like, he's not here at school. What's going on? Which, thankfully, they did not yet. Ended up calling me me, and I lied my ass off and told them that I told my mom and had a whole emotional moment with her and that we were gonna figure it all out, which, yeah, I was lying. I was lying. So fast forward to, I don't know how many days later, in my car, driving on my way to work, my dad, because, you know, permit, I should have my license right now and failed my road test 4 times. I was on my way to work, and my mom texted me, and she's like, where the hell are you? I was like, she literally just said bye to me and everything. I'm so confused, and I was like laughing about it with my dad, because like we know how my mom can be, and we just think she is funny and love her to death. And I was like, because I wasn't thinking about the whole pregnancy thing, like, at all, anything. I was thinking that she could have possibly found any tests that I took, but I hid those, and my mom's not the type of mom that goes in my room to look for things, so I didn't think like anything like that. It tells me that when I get into work to go into the bathroom and call her, hi baby. Sorry, it's my cat. It tells me that when I'm not with my dad to call her as soon as possible, and so as soon as I get into work, I call her, and the first thing that this woman asks me is, Maddie, are you pregnant? And, you know, of course my dumbass is over here freaking out, denying shit, saying, no, like, why would you think that? And she tells me that the teachers called her, congratulating me, telling her, and that they were so proud and so happy and here for me, and I was like, fuck. Well, the biggest thing between me and my mom, which she was not angry with me at all, the only thing that bothered her about the situation is that I did not tell her to begin with, and that she had to find out from somebody else so late, just because my mom was literally in the same exact situation that I was, except she got her ass booted out of the house. She was kind of like, why wouldn't you just tell me? So I literally am on the phone in the Taco Bell bathroom, because I worked at Taco Bell at the time, crying my eyes out because my mom just found out I was pregnant. She was like just sitting there telling me like, Maddie, it's okay, it's going to be okay. And I was just like, it's not going to be okay. And I basically spent the whole shift absolutely terrified, like, to go home, because I knew my mom was going to want to talk to me about it and have a little discussion. Well, you know, not fun, but you know, I get my ass home at my mom's slump, so it's what it is. But the next morning I wake up because she literally comes in and sits her ass on my chair, and we discuss, you know, how far along I think I am. It's like, you know, like anything a mom would possibly have to ask. It was an emotional moment. Definitely had that emotional moment that my teachers were so happy about, and we kind of just took it from there. We had the doctor appointment scheduled to, you know, figure out what the fuck's going on, options, you know, just seeing anything. And turns out I was literally 23 weeks, I believe, and how many ever days, and now I am currently almost 30 weeks on Sunday. But if you ever think you're pregnant, tell somebody. Do not wait. Trust me, in the end, you will indeed regret not getting that help and like not having that support, because when I tell you it's scary, it's scary.
Guys, get ready with me while I explain to you everything that went on in the wedding, because I've gotten so many DMs, so many texts, so many comments, so many people coming up to me being like, what was the wedding? Why did you get married? The most obvious one, which clearly was not that obvious because a lot of people think I actually got married. No, I did not actually get married. It was all for charity. My friends are part of the entertainment society in Trinity. They asked me, did I want to take part in a fake wedding? And I was like, obviously, that sounds like so much fun. Then we got like randomly allocated to a partner, and the guy I got allocated with, I literally had never met him beforehand. Met him the day of our engagement shoot, and like, it was so funny. We had to be like looking into each other's eyes. Like, I just met this guy, and like, we had to do like a romantic photo shoot and like tell everyone online like why we should be picked and all that. Basically then the 6 couples then went and tried to raise as much money as possible, and whoever raised the most money was the couple that was going to get married. Luckily, me and my fiance, should I say, we raised the most money. We ended up raising €2,000 alone, just us two, which I think is insane. Through friends, family, we had like an engagement party, we had hen and stag night, like we had all these events to raise more money. So then the actual wedding, literally the Irish Independent came and they took our interviews. We had like photo shoots done with them. It was actually so crazy. So then my mom came up and she walked me down the aisle, which is so cute. His parents were also there and his sister. So nice. And Trinitones were playing, and we got a priest in, like a fake priest. Then we obviously did a kiss. So funny to actually think that like I had to kiss someone in front of everyone. I had like live bands playing at the ceremony after, and there was so many free drinks for everyone. The ceremony was on in Trinity as well, and the provost came. I think there was over 250 tickets sold for the thing in the end, which is like insane, and all proceeds went to charity. And then we headed to Bewley's for afters, and we like stayed there till like 2 a.m. just dancing, partying. And yeah, the wedding was just like loads of fun. It was all fake, all for charity. I got so many DMs generally being like, congratulations. Like, no, I'm fully single, I'm not married, please. We literally got put up for an award as well, which is crazy. Yeah, the big fat Trinity wedding. Everyone who organised it did such a good job. But yeah, I thought I should update you because I posted it so much and everyone was still so confused. Yeah, hope you enjoyed, guys. Bye.
This is how I got myself grounded from 16 to 18 years old. No, I'm not joking. If it wasn't already obvious, my mom was extremely strict growing up. Like, I'm talking no social media, no sleepovers, no phone until I was 15 years old, and she didn't even get it for me. My dad went out and got it for me for my birthday, and she was really mad about it. To set the stage, I was 15 years old when all of this started happening. You know that saying, strict parents create sneaky kids? Yeah, that was me. My mom was one of those moms that absolutely loathed social media. Like, I wasn't allowed to have it, I wasn't supposed to have it, and she was also one of those parents where I had to turn my phone in by a certain time in her room at night, and she was going to go through that thing front to back, up and down, side to side, every single time she had her hands on it. She had my password, I was not allowed to keep it locked. And this is where the problems began. I knew that she was going to go through my camera roll like everything else, and so I had this hidden folder of photos on my phone, right? And this was fine. Like, this lasted me for almost an entire year, because remember, I got my phone at 15. This is the end of my 15th year, and one day, lo and behold, she stumbles upon this hidden photo folder. You may be thinking, what could be so bad in this hidden folder that she grounds you for 2 years, Grace? Well, let me tell you, there were 3 things that led to my grounding. Thing number 1 was a party that I had at 15 years old when she was out of town with my grandma, who was having health complications. Let me explain. It wasn't a party. Basically, my mom left my cousin and I in charge of the house while she went up to a different town with my grandma because she was having some health complications, and I had 5 people over. 5 people. It was not a party. There was like a glass of wine and maybe like 3 twisted teas involved. I was not a drinker at 15 years old, but I did take a video of someone bringing me McDonald's at like 1 in the morning, and then 3 people sitting on my couch. And let me add, those 3 people lived on the same block as me. Like, I was not having random people come over. I did have my best friend come over though, which my mom liked and trusted. So 5 people came. As soon as I turned 15, my cousin and I thought that it would be a good idea to try gardening for the first time. So there was a video in that hidden folder of me gardening. Thankfully, my cousin was not in it, or else he would have been in trouble also. It was just me that took the heat for this. But she found that also. She decided that it would be best to just nip it in the bud, take the problem away completely, and take my phone away. So what did this woman do? She calls Verizon. She had this old ass flip phone, and so she's like, hey Verizon, I don't want my daughter to have an iPhone anymore. Can you put service on this flip phone? And Verizon says, no lady, that phone is actually so old that it won't connect to our cell towers. This is the phone. If anyone didn't believe me, I still have it. Okay, so anyway, she's like, okay, next best option, let's just take all of the data off of her iPhone right now. So she took all of the data off of my iPhone. I cannot access the internet. I cannot do anything that requires data. I literally can't even text message anyone. I have basic phone services on my phone. That's it. She also gets on my phone and sets app restrictions. She takes away the app store, so I cannot access social media. I cannot download anything unless I have a password, and sets a time limit for the amount of text messages that I can send for 5 minutes a day. So if I want to text anyone, because I had like limited messages, I had to do it in a 5-minute window. You can't even type a text message in 5 minutes, okay? Mind you, this is happening the day before my 16th birthday. So no sweet 16 party for me. No party, period. I, of course, found ways around this. I did break into the screen time thing. Like, I discovered the password just through guessing it, or like asking people what meaningful numbers to her would be multiple times. But when that stopped working, I literally had to go into my notes app, because that was one of the apps that wasn't restricted on a time limit, type a note and send that note to people to text message, and then I could only read their notifications when they came down in the notification bar. It was awful. I also at some point went out and bought myself a trap phone and bought a data plan for it, because I always had a job, so I always had money. So I was able to access social media, but it was like the cheapest $65 Samsung that I could have gotten, so it was awful. I still have that somewhere in here too. Anyway, surprisingly, the part that she was most upset about wasn't even the gardening or like the Plan B pill or anything. It was literally that I had 5 people over that she all knew while she was out of town, and she called it a party. That was what she was most upset about. She also didn't take any of these restrictions off of my phone when I turned 18. My dad and I had to concoct a scheme and go to Verizon and have her call Verizon to tell them the screen time password so that I could reset my phone. But yeah, there was never actually any talk of me getting any of those things back. It wasn't like a loss of privileges. Like, she never wanted me to have it in the first place, so it was just something that was taken away forever. Like, it was nothing that I could earn back, because I was actually a really good kid, and like I had good grades and everything, so it was gone forever. Anyway, that's it. Hope this was entertaining. Bye.
Hey guys, get ready with me for bed. I'm gonna give a story time on how I got caught tanning at Planet Fitness underage. Before I get into that though, can I just talk about how I'm breaking out like pretty bad right now? Don't know what that's about. Okay, so this is like in the beginning of the school year, I would say, around homecoming time. And this is when I was like addicted to the tanning bed, because I have a membership at like an actual tanning place. And then I would go in the morning, tan out the tanning place I have like a membership at, and then go to Planet Fitness and tan after that. Not safe whatsoever at all. So let's just start there.
Anyway, I walk into Planet Fitness, and this is not my first time tanning there. I've been tanning there for a while now. And I was like, hey, can I use the bed? She's like, yeah. Sign in. I'm like, great, okay. And the two boys who were working there were younger, and they go, wait, how old are you? And me being stupid, I go, 17. They go, but they were young, so they're like, no. How old are you? And I was like, 17. Like, what are you talking about? And then they're like, no. Like, how old are you? And I was like, 18. They're like, okay, you're fine. And I was like, shoot, close one. Not really, because they did catch me because I'm stupid, but they didn't care because they were younger and, like, whatever. But this is the time when I had to cancel my membership the next time. So now this is, like, my probably third time in since those boys caught me, but, like, it's whatever. And I'm like, I said to the older lady who was working, I was like, hey, can I use the bed? She's like, yeah, which bed? And I was like, lay down, whatever. And I sign in and I rescan. Usually they don't make me rescan. I rescanned my, like, thing. And she goes, Phoebe? And I was like, yeah, that's me. She goes, it says here you're 17. I was like, yeah, I am 17, but, like, if my mom signs, can I tan? And she was like, no. And she's like, how long have you been tanning? I was like, oh, not very long. It's been like 2 months probably then to that point. I was like, not very long. She's like, yeah, you can't be tanning here. And I was like, oh. She was like, who has been letting you through? And I was like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. I just been going through. Didn't realize I couldn't tan. And she's like, oh, it says on the website you can't tan. And I was like, whatever. So then I just got rid of my membership because I don't go to the gym to work out. Like, let's be serious. I mean, I do recently. I have been going, but I was like, oh, whatever. So I canceled my membership after that because I was like, whatever, I'm not doing it. Okay, then, like, a few months pass, and I'm like, I really want to start going to the gym again. But then I was also like, I'm also really pale. So I re-get my Planet, or my, like, Black Card membership, but instead I put my age as 18. And it works. I get through and everything's working, and I've tanned like a couple of times now, and I go and the guy's like, I sign, everything's fine. And then the old lady who caught me is also working one of these days. I'm like, okay, great. I walk in and she's like, did you have a membership here before? And I was like, yeah. And she was like, wait, she told me, she was like, I remember you. I was like, what are you talking about, girl? Like, no, you don't. Okay. Finally, after a while, she was like, wait, I told you were the girl who was like too young to be tanning here. And I was like, oh yeah, that's how we know each other. Like, yeah. And she was like, wait, how old are you now? And I was like, oh, like, I had a birthday in between. I'm 18 now. And I honestly don't think this girl really cared. It was just, she's just trying to do her job. And she was like, you know what, whatever. And she let me tan, so I'm happy. But I just thought it was funny how many times I've been caught, even though all of my friends also tan there and they've never been caught. This story time was not very interesting, but I'm trying to think of like major things that have happened in my life that are funny. And I can't really think of any because I don't want to share too many more personal stories like of people who live around this area, because obviously it was a big problem when I did that before with my friend. So, well, my ex-best friend. So I had to think of stuff that doesn't revolve around other people. You know what I'm saying? Also, later I'm going to be doing heatless curls because my hair's a mess and we have a 2-hour delay tomorrow. So come back later to watch that because my heatless curls turn out usually pretty good. So, if I do say so myself. Okay, on that note, see you later. Bye, guys.
Get ready with me, and today I'm going to be giving you guys a story time on just, like, my relationships. Everything that I say is going to be, like, random about different people, I guess, and if you're mentioned, I'm sorry, but we did have a relationship, so I do have a story. And I also have literally been in the trenches. Like, I have gone through so many awful relationships, so I have, like, oh, my earring. Okay, I have so much to share. Okay, so starting way down at the beginning, like almost 4 years ago, I, like, dated this kid, and I'm not even kidding you. I was so young, but it did not feel like I was young in that relationship. Like, I was so bad, and
I literally did not get over this kid for like 2 years. It was so bad. I have never ever gone through that since. Like, I have never, not never, but I have basically never struggled to get over someone necessarily. Not like that I'm saying I move on, but I have not been like stuck on someone in so long. I don't know if that sounds bad, but like I just don't sit there and like ponder about it for forever. Whenever I was younger, I don't know what I was doing, but I hung out with so many boys that were 2 grades above. Like, it was in 8th grade and freshman year. 8th grade, I hung out with so many sophomores, and freshman year, I didn't hang out with as many, but I hung out with like a lot of like juniors. Like, I don't know what I was doing. I don't know, but it's what I did. And then after that, I took a break from the older men for a little bit, luckily. Then I went right back and started dating a boy 2.5 years older than me. 2.5. At 15, my boyfriend was 18 years old. When I tell you, never again in my whole entire life, unless I'm like 50, because that's like not bad, like, will I have a boyfriend 2.5 years older than me. You are at 2 completely different stages of your life. You want 2 completely different things most of the time, and that age gap sets such a bad dynamic between the relationship, because you like are, it's like a power dynamic. Like, whether you realize it or not, it's a power dynamic, and some people can have a relationship without that, sure. Me personally, I did not. I know that I had a power dynamic. I wouldn't say that I was controlled. I would say that I was controlled. And in the moment, I was like, no, I love him. I'm going to get married to him. But like, looking back, I'm like, oh my gosh, stand up for yourself. However, that boy wasn't bad. Like, it wasn't that bad. My worst trenches of the trenches, worst relationship literally ever that I've ever gone through, and I hope that I never ever go through again. This boy called me names. Like, that's the first time I've ever been actually in a toxic relationship. Like, he called me names. He couldn't take no for an answer. Like, he literally called me like a whore and like a bop and like a slut. Like, he literally called me those names. I actually literally just made a TikTok with like text from that in it, because I mean, it goes with the trend and I'll never see him again. And so he literally was like, oh my gosh, so horrible. And if you magically see this, I'm sorry. Like, you're not like, I'm sorry, but the relationship was so bad. But yeah, he would literally just like text me, and like if he was mad, he would just like cuss me out and everything. And I am very, like, my faith is very, very important to me. And his faith was not important to him in the beginning. And I don't know why, but I still was like, okay, no, like, it's fine, like, whatever. He started going to church and everything. And at the end, I'm sorry to put this person on blast, but told me that God told him it was time to asked me to get back together, and I said no. And I was just like, I don't think that God told you to get back to, like, to ask me, because I said no. Like, I didn't want to get back together. Maybe it was so that he could like get over me or something, but I don't know. I have dated like a few like angels, and I just never like the angels. Like, I don't know why. I feel like I'm like toxic, but I never ever can like stay in a relationship with them, and I don't know if like, I don't know why, but yeah. So I have so many more horror stories. Oh, forever ago, I can't believe that I left this out. I got cheated on, and it wasn't that deep. I was literally a freshman, the beginning of my freshman year. But if you don't know, I made a video like of me breaking up with him, and I never posted the video. If I did, when I do, I should say, it'll go viral. But I made the video, and I made like a get ready with me breaking up with him viral. I think it has 5 million views. It has like 600,000 something likes. It still gets likes every day, comments every day. Like, people still comment on my TikTok and are like, I know you from
whenever you broke up with your boyfriend, like, you're doing so much better now. And I'm like, well, yeah, I'm doing so much better. Like, I'm not dating a loser. But yeah, no. So I did have that happen, and I did whatever it's called, like, capitalize off it, I guess. I haven't used this lip liner in so long, and I feel like my lips are so dark right now. I don't like it. One kid I liked for, like, so long, such a long time, and then whenever we finally, like, got together, it was so, like, it was so bad. And I remember, I don't know why, but I cried over that so much. Like, I was so upset for so long. And I feel like with just me saying that, nobody would necessarily know who it is, because that could apply to, like, multiple people. I'm trying not to, like, drop too much lore. Like, I'm trying to, for some people, because I'm trying to keep it a little bit, like, inconspicuous on who I'm talking about. But some of them, I mean, you already know. Like, some of them it's bad, but gosh. My one boyfriend told me that essentially, this isn't exactly it, but if we cuddled and I was, like, too close to him, then that meant that I wanted to, like, have, like, intercourse. And keep in mind, I want to wait till marriage. But he told me that if I did that, then that means that I wanted that. So I wasn't allowed, because then he wouldn't be able to control himself. And let me tell you, that made me mad. Because what do you mean? I like to cuddle. What do you mean? So yeah, now I don't even like to cuddle with people anymore, because, yeah. I have so much more like, lore, though, and I tried to keep it kind of, like, respectful in this video. And so if you want any more lore, let me know. If you're still watching all the way till the end, comment down below the broken heart emoji, because that is literally my heart after surviving these actual, like, monsters. And before you ask, yes, I've had a lot of relationships. I can't help it. I have one, it doesn't work out. I try to stay single. I'm single for, like, 2 months, and then I'm in a new relationship, and I hate that I do that. I absolutely hate it, because it always goes wrong. Trying to fix that this time, the thought of a man literally repulses me. I don't snap anyone, I don't text anyone, I don't talk to anyone, I don't hang out with anyone. Like, I am, like, really single and trying to keep it that way, so please don't bully me. But yeah, if you watch all the way to the end, you're seriously a real one. Like I said, I try to keep it PG, respectful. I have a feeling that half these people are gonna see this, because I feel like some of them stalk my TikTok, I'm not gonna lie. Or at least have, like, friends that stalk my TikTok, or like, girls that stalk my TikTok or something. I also might take this down if it flops, or if it's too controversial, if I decide. And yeah, so I hope you have a wonderful day, and I love you. Jesus loves you so much. And yeah,
guys, get ready with me while I tell you a story time about how I stopped being friends with my best friend in high school and why. I can't believe I'm sharing this story. It's been a little bit over 10 years though, so I feel like it's okay for me to share this with the internet. Let's just say this traumatized me till this day, and I don't easily open up to other people, and I'm afraid of making friends because I still have PTSD over this. This is exactly why I don't trust girls. I want to say this happened my junior year of high school, and I was friends with her for 3 years, so freshman, sophomore, junior. I want to say towards the end of junior year it happened. I can't remember. So this girlie and I became besties in my freshman year. I can't remember how we met, but we were literally best friends, you guys. Like, this was my type of, like, goals best friend. I mean, our moms would get along. We obviously really got along. We would go shopping together. I used to have a pool, and she would come over, she would come swimming, she would come over all the time. My mom loved her. She was literally the bestest, one of the bestest friends I ever had. I remember we would go shopping, and her mom was literally the sweetest ever. Like, she would try to spoil her, and I remember my bestie being so mean to her mom, and you can tell that her mom just wanted to please her, and she just would act like a spoiled brat. It's like the best way I could define it. Mind you, at this time, my parents worked in the fields. I never really grew up with money, and it was really hard for my parents to spoil me. So when I would go to the store, like I would see her mom trying to buy her everything. I mean, like American Eagle, like all these brands that I couldn't afford at the time. And obviously I wasn't working, so I didn't have money to spoil myself, and my parents didn't really have money to spoil me either. Anyhow, this girl would be so mean to her mom, and like I didn't want to be the friend that would tell her stuff, but I was like, girl, I would just think like, girl, you're so ungrateful. Like I would love for my parents to be able to do this for me. Whatever, past the point. That's just to show you a little bit of the character of how she was. When I tell you guys that I would literally tell this girl everything, like she was my best friend. We would talk about, you know, guys, what girls in high school, best friends in high school would talk about and hang out all the time. She was literally my bestie. I want to say starting sophomore year, she had another group of friends. Of course, we still had our other friends on the side, and she met these girls through one of her classes. During lunchtime, she would bring these girls over, and the girls would like not F with me. Like they wouldn't really try to interact with me, which I thought was a little weird. One of the girls specifically, I remember, she would always mug me, and I was like, girl, like I don't even know you. Why are you, you know, giving me these dirty looks? Whatever, I brushed it off. I was like, it's fine. Like I don't know her. She's not really my friend, her friend, whatever. I don't remember the exact time frames, but I remember time passed. And finally, this girl, the one that particularly would give me the dirtiest looks, I ended up having a class with her, so I started interacting more with her and her group of friends that were also some of my friends knew her, which is how I started mixing with all of them. And she started to get to know the kind of person I was. Before this happened, I noticed that she wouldn't really talk to this person or this girly that was my bestie. And I thought that was a little weird. At this point, I was already noticing things that I didn't really like about my bestie that she was like doing that I thought were a little sketch, but I kept brushing off. I just noticed that she was starting to have attitude towards me, and I didn't understand why. Long story short, this is where I got my heart broken. And I say my heart broken because this is probably the worst heartbreak I've ever had. Worse than a guy heartbreak, let me tell you that. If you've ever had your heart broken over a girl or a best friend, you know the pain, and it is bad. I was very, very heartbroken over this girl. And anyhow, this other friend that she had, one day she tells me the reason she did not like me or would mug me all the time was because my bestie would talk behind my back to them and tell them that I was so fake. I was a bitch to her, and all these things, that I was just a terrible, terrible person. At this point, I'm shook AF because I'm like, what do you mean I'm a terrible friend? Like, you were literally my sister. I ended up confronting her, and I told her that I couldn't be her friend anymore because I was really hurt, obviously, that she was saying all these things about me. That whole time, my bestie that I dearly loved and adored was talking behind my back to other people and spreading rumors about me, while I was over here considering her the bestest friend ever. I remember I was crying on my way home because, mind you, this happened in school when this other girl told me about it. So I remember crying in the bus on my way home. Obviously super devastated that my best friend would do something like that and talk behind my back and say all these things. And obviously after that, I was like, there's no point. Like, I cannot trust her if, you know, she's being who she is. Like I said, I'm probably forgetting a lot of details of this story because it's been years. It's been more than a decade, so I don't remember everything. I just remember being very, very hurt and remember not wanting to be her friend anymore. But then, I can't remember how much time passed after, you know, I confronted her. We obviously stopped being friends. And then, I don't remember if I reached out to her because I felt lonely, because I missed her, or obviously missed our friendship, or if she reached out to me and said sorry. Point is, she said sorry, so I forgave her. Yeah, I know. Ya me pendejé. I forgave her. And we tried being friends again. Obviously, that did not work. And not because
you know, I didn't trust her. Well, part of it, I didn't trust her, so I don't know what I was thinking. Mind you, I was young. I was probably like 16. So we started being friends again, and then later on, I found out that she was doing the same thing. She was still talking shit behind my back. So then I was like, okay, no, what am I doing? I had a reality check, and I completely cut her off. And I remember she tried coming back into my life after high school. She would reach out to me and like literally practically beg me to be her friend, and she would tell me about all these things that she had going on in her personal life, and I felt so bad. And when she reached out to me, she was down bad, you guys. So I felt for her, and I tried again. You know, I was like at least answering her. I wasn't hanging out with her. I remember she would try to hang out with me, and I was like, I would always make up excuses because I was just not ready. I was freaking traumatized. After that, I feel like I could not trust anyone. I genuinely have not let myself have another friend, another best friend, because of her, because of how traumatized I was. I don't remember a lot of the things that she said behind my back. I don't know if I just decided to block them out. I will say that is the reason why I'm scared to make friends now, because there are some really mean girls out there, guys. There really are. And she was unfortunately one of them, and I have trust issues when it comes to girls. But I'm working on it because I know I can't be like this forever. I just don't know if I'll ever fully be able to trust anyone again or let anyone in like I let her in. But that is pretty much it, you guys. That's my little story time of how I stopped believing in girl friendship. And speaking of friendships, I did mention on here a while back that I started a book club with a bunch of girlies, and they're great. I still have my guard up though, because you could never be too sure. But so far these girlies are amazing, and I feel and I hope that some great friendships will come out of it. Oh my god, this color's so pretty. This is my first time using it. It's a Clinique lipstick. Like, I've grown a lot. I've learned a lot from that friendship. But if you guys stay for the whole story, thank you so much for watching, and let me know if you guys have ever had a terrible friendship experience and how you guys overcame it. Like, do you have friends now? Do you still have PTSD, or am I just being dramatic?
Hey y'all, get ready with me for dinner as I tell the story of how my bus driver killed my neighbor's dog. Also, I didn't have a towel when I was washing my hands, so that's why my shirt is wet, so yeah. And the restaurant place is casual, so I'm just gonna like wear what I wore to school. So basically, this was when my sister went to middle school. This was like 5 years ago. She was on the bus with her friend. Her friend was like coming home with her, and usually she doesn't ride the bus. But my mom went to go, couldn't pick her up that day. She was like, oh, so can you ride the bus? But yeah, my neighbor used to have that same bus driver, but he went to like a different middle school. But I don't know, I guess he still had the same driver. So basically, he's like used to stopping like in their driveway to like drop her off, because we have like a cul-de-sac, so it's like easier to just do like the first house. And so mind you, the only reason he was going in our neighborhood was just to drop off my sister and her friend, just because my mom had a lunch with her friend. So, you know, if school ends, they get on the bus and they're like riding home, and you know, after all the stops, they go to our neighborhood, and my sister's friend goes like, oh, there's a little dog, he needs to like stop before he hits the dog. And so my sister like looks over like out the window, and she's like, oh my gosh, that's Charlie, our neighbor's dog's name. And so they're like yelling, they're like, stop, stop, stop. But like before obviously they could like say it, he literally they feel like a bump, and they ran over the dog. And this dog was blind and deaf, but it's really small, like little Yorkie, about like yay big. So I don't know why I said yay big, but sorry, this is not open, but yeah. So it always like slips out of the gate, so because it's so small. Yeah, my mom had to be the one to bear the bad news to my neighbor, and that was like her favorite dog. Like, they had a bunch of dogs, but that was like their favorite. And the bus driver still doesn't know to this day. But and then I had the same bus driver when I was in middle school, and the same one. And every day I just like, he was really mean, and I was like, dude, anytime he gets mad at me, I can literally be like, okay, well, you killed my neighbor's dog. But yet, like, he still doesn't know. I feel like I should tell him. And now I'm a sophomore in high school, and there's this little program you can do. Like, I'm doing this class, but you have to like go on this bus to this other place last 2 periods.
And guess, I go out and it's literally bus 137. I'm like, oh my gosh, I went on that bus in middle school. Go in and it's the same bus driver. The same one. I'm like, can you stop following me? Like, you already killed my neighbor's dog. Leave me alone. Also, sorry y'all that I've not been posting. Like, it was the first week of school, so I was kind of getting settled in and stuff. And yeah, but I know y'all all want to like stay on the get ready with me side of TikTok stuff. Yeah, I saw little comments. They're all like commenting. I hadn't seen that in any of my videos before, but yeah, the bus driver's like so mean, and I'm like, dude, like, and for what? Like, you killed a little innocent dog. I mean, I know it wasn't intentional, but like, still, like, terrible. And guys, I know like you're probably like, what is this story? Like, it was so short and like sad and just boring. Well, I'm sorry. I literally am running out of stories because I already have told most of the interesting stories in my life. And yeah. Yeah, that was a sad story. Let me know if you want me to do anything else in my videos. Like, I can do cooking. I could do little cooking vlogs or stuff like that. I could do little like challenges with my friends. I'm hanging out with them tomorrow. I set my friend up with one of my other friends for Hoko, and they're such a cute couple. Well, obviously, they're not like dating or anything. They're actually just meeting tomorrow, and they want me there for moral support, so I'm gonna introduce them. But yeah, guys, keep those fingers crossed that, you know, they turn into something, because then people can officially call me a matchmaker. Yeah. Sorry if I'm going on like random tangents about like my life. Y'all don't have to watch the whole thing. Y'all can all unfollow me or whatever. Don't. Promise. I'm gonna think of some more interesting video ideas, especially if y'all comment some. Oh yeah, there's like a huge thunderstorm right now. Yeah. Sorry y'all. Y'all probably think this is like the most boring video ever. But if you stayed till the end, comment a monkey emoji. Also guys, my blush is not blending because it's like liquid blush, so don't judge me. But yeah, thank y'all for watching, and sorry I've been like so inactive. Bye. Story time on how the guy I was talking to was talking to 3 other girls. Since you guys love my story time so much, I don't know why. I obviously want to do more for you guys. So here's another story. By the way, this is a different guy than my crush. Let's just name him Luke. So Luke was in a younger grade than me, and I know that sounds bad. I saw him in the hallways one day, and I was like, he's low-key kind of cute. And I was like, my life goal right now is to find out who that guy is. So I was like a stalker, low-key, but so I was asking everyone. I was like, do you know this guy? He looks like this. Like, do you know his name or anything? And no, everyone was like, no. But then finally I found the guy. I found him, and I was like, okay, because somebody told me his name. I was like, okay. So I was trying to look everywhere for him, and I literally couldn't find anything. He had no social media. Like, it was like so hard. At this point, everyone knew I kind of liked him, so they were all helping me out. Love my friend so much. And one day, me and my friend are hanging out at my house, and we're on a call with my friend's cousin. And guess what? Her cousin's like a year younger than us, so the same grade as Luke is in. So then he's like, oh my god, wait, I have Luke's number. I can give you his number. And I was like, oh my gosh, really? And he was like, yeah. So then he gave me Luke's number. And then me and my friend were texting Luke. It was all fine. It was all handy dandy. But no, we were texting, and then he pulls out the card. I have a girlfriend. What? Mind you, I like already fell in love with this man. Don't know why. You can't tell, I get attached way too freaking easy. So then me and my friend were like, oh shoot, what do we do? And honestly, I keep saying this, but like, guys, my mind was not in the right place. So I kept talking to him. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm like, feel so bad. Like, I don't know what's wrong. I don't know what was wrong with me that compelled me to like, it's fine, I'm gonna still talk to him. Like, no, what are you doing? So we've been talking for a couple of days now, and he's like, oh, we should like see each other in person, like at school, and be like, we should talk, like, and like, yeah. Like, yeah, that's a great idea. So then we were planning on meeting up in the morning so we could just like have a chat and like talk in person. Always like end up missing each other, or like I get too nervous to go up to him, so I just like run away. Cause a girl can be scared, please. And we keep talking, and then I'm like, I feel so bad. So I text him like, I can't talk to you anymore. Like,
you have a girlfriend, I can't do this. And then he was like, what? And I was like, I'm sorry, I can't. And then he was like, we can still be friends. Whoa, mind you, I'm not like talking to him. We're like talking as friends. I'm not, because I don't want to think that I made him cheat on her for me. No. Everyone's gonna think I'm a bad person. I'm sorry, guys. I felt like it too. So then he was like, we're still friends. What do you mean? And he's like, my girlfriend's fine with this. And I was like, are you sure about that? What the heck? And he's like, yeah, but if you don't want to be friends, it's fine. And I was like, you know, it's fine, I guess. So I kind of talked to him a little less. Like, I kind of stopped talking to him that much. But mind you, I really liked this guy a lot. And I don't know what I saw in him, but I saw my future boyfriend, so. After we started talking more again, I don't know, it was like an on and off thing. Like, we used to like not talk, and then the next second we like start talking again. So then I'm trying to remember, because there's so many times that I stopped talking to him and then started talking to him again. Let me try to remember this, guy. It's really hard to remember. But then we actually met in person, and then he was like, you look really different from the picture I showed him and in real life. And I was like, is that a good thing or a bad thing? And he was like, good. So I was like, okay. Still having a girlfriend anyways. So then let me actually look back on the messages, because I literally don't remember. Okay, so I looked back on our old messages, and when I told him I couldn't like talk to him anymore because like he had a girlfriend, he was like, why? Like, and I was like, and then I confessed that I liked him, and he's like, oh, well, we can still be friends. So like, I was like, oh, okay. Like, I didn't remember what happened, so it refreshed me. So then he kept breaking up how I liked him. He was like, I can't believe you liked me, blah blah. I'm like, okay, get over it. Like, get over it. You're not a king, please settle down. So then we kept talking like every single day, and I know it's bad, but like I was really deep into this. And we actually called once, and we were like talking on the phone at night while he had a girlfriend. And then we stopped speaking again, like after a month or something. I don't know, a few months, I don't know. So we stopped talking. And then I texted back again. I was like, hey. He was like, oh, hey, it's been a while since we talked. And I was like, yeah. So then we were like catching up, and then the cycle began again. At this point, I'm pretty sure he broke up with his girlfriend and he had a new girlfriend. Okay, so then we were talking more this time, and we were like actually vibing, and then we were both at a football game together. Well, not together, but we were both there. And he was like, oh, we should like meet up and say hi and talk to each other. Or actually, no, that's not what happened. I saw him, and my friend's like, oh, go say hi to him. And I was like, okay. So then I went up and said hi to him, and then I just like said hey, and he said hey, and I like ran away. I was like, okay, gotta go. And then he texted me like after a few minutes. He was like, why'd you run away? And I was like, I just wanted to say hi. And he's like, oh. He's like, okay, we should just meet up again and like actually talk. And he was like, and I was like, okay. So then we were trying to plan out when to go meet each other and then talk. So then after like forever of trying to plan out we're talk, it's like we're both at the football game, just like figure it out. Like, I kept telling him to go here, and he's like, I have to stay here. I'm like, why? And mind you, I'm trying to still watch the football game because I actually love watching football. I'm like, bro, just pick a spot. So then I was like, okay, I'm just go up to you. So me and my friends went up to him because, yeah. So then I started talking to him by myself, and it was actually a really good conversation. It was like, and obviously my W friends took a picture of us. So I'm scared that he's gonna see this video because he found one of my get readies with me once. So somebody help me. Anyways, so then I'm trying to think. So then we were talking, and then it was actually a pretty good conversation, and yeah. And then I think he had a girlfriend, but I wasn't sure. Like, me and my friends were like, I think he's a girlfriend, but I don't know. Like, nobody knew. I was like, okay. Sorry. So then we went home, and then he texted me later. He was like, you're really fun to talk to. And I was like, you too, we should talk more and stuff. He's like, yeah, we should. So I thought everything was going handy dandy fine. Oh, and the next day at school, it was like, not the next day, it's sometime that week. It was like pajama day or something, and then we were like planning on like talking to each other. So I, went up to him, I was like, hey, and then we started talking more. And also I have a picture of that too. Don't worry, they're deleted off my phone because get out of my face. I'm pretty sure they're deleted. Oh my god, I don't have enough time, guys. I'm making a part two, I'm so sorry, guys.
I won't make the part 2 till like tomorrow or something. Part 2 on how the guy I was talking to was talking to 3 other girls. And if he sees this, by the way, my bad, I guess. So in part 1, I was talking about how like we met each other and all that stuff. So if you want the full story, go to part 1. So me and him hadn't talked in a while since like talking to each other in person. I'm literally out of my ordinary, but I'm gonna try to get whatever's left in it. So I've been reposting a lot and posting about him a lot. Like I was obsessed. Somebody get me, like he's not that special. He comes across my repost, right? He sent me one of my reposts that I reposted. He was like, what is this? And the repost is like me when I see his letter, his initial, and he was like, excuse me, and I was like, oh, that's not for you, haha. I was like, for a different guy. I don't think he believed me, which I wouldn't either. But he had this different girlfriend at the time, and then they just broke up. So then I was like, oh, what happened with you and blank? And then he was just explaining to me, and I was like, okay. At this point, I'm gonna call with my friend because I'm freaking out. And we're just like yapping about his ex, and I was like, okay, I don't really care anymore. And then my friend had this genius idea. I don't know where this genius idea came out of. My friend had this genius idea to just tell him, oh, if you need anyone, I'm here. And like, that doesn't sound bad, right? No, but this is how she wanted me to say it. If you ever need a girlfriend, I'm here. Low-key in a rush, not gonna lie too, so I need to hurry up. So then he's like, oh, I'll keep that in mind. No, he said okay. And I was like, in a good way or a bad way? He said good. He was like, you'll be the first person I would go to, and I'm ready for a relationship. I was like, bet that. So I was like, oh, okay. So then I thought that was a good sign, because he said he thought I was, oh, he also said I love like talking to you or something, or like how I'm pretty or something. I don't know, something like that. And I don't even know what happened. So then we like stopped talking for a little bit, because I was like, okay, I'm gonna give you like a break because you just broke up with your girlfriend. Whatever. And then he's like being weird, and I don't know. So then he like texts me. He's like, why are you saying, like, because I was reposting and posting stuff, how like I don't think he wants me, because I don't think he did, because literally when I was texting him, he seemed like he didn't freaking care. I was like, what are you doing? So then he's like, why are you saying how I don't like you and stuff, and you're the one to tell me go on the break? And I was like, I'm not the one that told you to go on a break. You said you wanted to go on a break. And I said, I accept that. I was like, okay, I'll give you a break. But you're not, like, giving me effort back. And, like, I don't know. I don't even know what happened. No, I know what happened. I saw one of his reposts, right? And I sent it to him. I was like, did you meet somebody? It was, like, somebody or something. I don't know. I was like, are you talking to somebody? And then he's like, oh, I was. But, like, turns out she was talking to another guy. But didn't you tell me that you were going to talk to me as soon as you're ready? And I was like, what the hell? I never take hints, so that was my first hint, which I didn't take. And he's like, I'm done with relationships. No one will ever love me, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, dude, I literally told you I could be with you. Like, I don't even. My stupid self is comforting me. I'm like, you'll find somebody soon, blah, blah, blah. It just takes time. I was like dying on the inside. I was like, what am I doing with my life right now? I'm like telling myself, why am I comforting him? Like, he doesn't deserve me comforting him. Back to when he was saying that I didn't like him anymore, or like he didn't like me anymore. And I was like, and then I started blowing up on him. You were the one that was telling me about how you were talking to another girl when you told me that I was going to be the first girl you go to. And that tells me that you're lying to me. And then he was like, I was sending him paragraphs, and he was saying like 2-letter words, like no, yes, whatever, like a freaking little pair that much, and I'm setting this much. So I was like, okay, I'm over it. Like, find yourself, like maybe like walk in front. I was like, okay, I'm gonna give you space because obviously you need it, so get away from me. And then he texted me a few days later, and he was like, you need to get over me. Like, I think it's time for you. Like, he's like, let me see what he said actually. He said, I think you need to move on, sorry. And I was like, what the hell, why? And then he was like, I found someone else, like, I think you need to move on and stuff. I was like, why are you doing this to me right now? And I'm just like, what the heck? And I'm like sending him paragraphs, and he's just like arguing with me back. He's like, like, you're nice, but I don't like you. And he was like, you should have known I never liked you. If I liked you, I would have been got with you. And I was like, what the hell? And like, I respect him for telling me that he liked somebody else and telling me to move on. And he was saying all this stuff like, oh, whatever. I don't even saying like, oh, if I liked you, I would have been got with you and stuff. And I was like, and he was like, you should have taken the hints. I didn't really like you. I'm like, dude, I gave you so many opportunities to tell me that you didn't like me. Like, I literally was asking him, do you actually want this to be a relationship or something like that? And he's like, yes. And I'm like, okay. You could have just told me you don't want something like that. Like, what is wrong with you? Just because I'm a nice person doesn't mean you can't talk to me. I literally told him so many times, you can always come and talk to me about anything. And then he has the audacity to be like, okay. And he keeps giving me the excuses. He's like, I'm sorry, I'm watching a movie with my parents. Oh, sorry, my mom is sick right now. I'm trying to have a conversation with you, and you keep giving excuses to try to get out this conversation. So at this point, I'm blowing up on him because, like, why didn't you just tell me earlier that you didn't like me? Like, and he was like, okay, I'm done with this conversation. You want to be friends or not? I'm like, no, I don't want to be friends with you. Like, get out of my face. No, because I'm still pressed about this. Because why? So then that goes by, and I'm just like, okay, whatever. And I keep seeing him in the hallway, so I'm like, okay, get away from me. And he texts me. He's asking, like, if I wanted to get put on with his friend. I'm like, no, what are you doing with my life? Please, get out. And now we're in current day. That was, like, a year ago. So, no, it wasn't. That was, like, a few months ago. But he's been liking my stories on Instagram. Like, stop. Like, he always does this. Like, please stop liking my stuff. Anyways, that's the end of my story time. Thank you guys so much for watching. Bye.
Because his room, the room that he was in was not his room. He was not at his house. Get ready with me to go to dinner even though it's literally 3. Anyways, this is like my secret account, and I really hope no one finds this. And if you're a secret account, follow me, because we can be like friends. Anyways, story time while I get ready. Basically, I was at the gym one day, and these boys come up, and they're just like messing around while I'm like trying to do my ab workout. And they literally were over there for like maybe like a minute. It was like so weird. Like, guys I knew, and basically they leave the gym, and then that guy snaps, or I am like doing streaks, so I snap, and this other guy snaps me on his phone, and then that guy adds me on Snapchat, and then later the guy's like, hey, like, add my friend back on Snap, like, he said this and that, and he thinks you're like cute and stuff. And I was like, mind you, I'm working on myself right now. Like, I was in like kind of like a bad relationship, and and then a couple days later I was like kind of bored, so I add the guy back on Snap, and you know, he's like snapping me, and I just like send him like dry snaps because like I don't really like care to like snap him or like anything. I hate Snapchat like so much. Like Snapchat literally makes me like go insane. But anyways, nothing's really happening. Then I'm like, wait, like he's kind of cute, so we start like snapping, and then I FaceTime him, and then we were on FaceTime for like 4 hours. I never do this. I hate calling people. So I was like coming out of my shell a little bit, and I actually really liked him. Like, and this is the first time like I really liked the guy in like a really like long time. So I was like getting all like nervous and stuff, and like I was like kind of like excited because I was like, wait, like he's tall, he's cute, like he has a good personality, like, and basically everything's so good. Like, I think we literally like started like, I never want to talk to you stage ever again. Like, it's either, hey, you want to be my girlfriend, or it's nothing. This is my, like, that was my last straw. But I think we were like talking, because we literally talked every single day, like stage share, like videos, like call, like going really good. And I was like, hey, like I'm going to the gym, like come to the gym. And he was like, okay. We go to the gym, or he's like, and I see him there, and I like meet him. He meets my freaking brother, my older brother. That's a lot for me because my dad's like not really here. And he was like being really nice, like, you know. And then at the end of like our gym session, like I'm like leaving, so like I give him like a hug, and like I felt like really giggly, like, which it's like rare for me. Okay, but then after like we hang out at the gym or like whatever, Everything is going like so good. Like, pretty sure we're like talking or whatever. I have this party to go to. The day before that, I was like, hey, like, do you want to hang out tomorrow? And he was like, no, I have basketball practice. And I was like, okay, I have a party to go to anyways. But then when I'm at the party, he's not at basketball practice. And he was like, oh, like, it got canceled. First of all, I've been talking about like 2 weeks now, and he had never had basketball practice before that. And the days after that, he never had basketball practice. Mind you, he usually answers me fast, but here he was like not answering me that fast. So I was like, where are you? And he was like, friend's house. Who? Mind you, I never asked this guy a type of questions. I had a gut feeling and I always listen to it. I always do. He goes, blank, girl's name. Mind you, I'm like kind of mad, but I also realized, wait, I have a lot of guy friends and I hang out with them. But something was just weird. But he was like, I promise, like, we're just friends. So I kind of just like let it like slide. I'm still kind of like acting mad, but he does not pick up on that type of stuff. And then I kind of like cool off and I'm like, well, like again, like I have guy friends, so. Walks over to his guy friend's house. Tells me he's at this friend's house. So why didn't you tell me you were at a girl's house before? Because you knew. So whoever dropped you off probably dropped you off at your guy friend's house and you walked over to the girl's house. Because they were like right next to each other. So later, because I'm still like thinking about it, we're all thinking it's like kind of sketchy. I sent him a video. I'm like, so who's blank? And he sends me a video back and he's like, I promise, like, we're just friends. But then his friend in the back DTM'd and said, oh, I was like on FaceTime with them, like that was his first time like going over there, like he's like only been over there once. I promise, like they weren't like doing anything because I was on FaceTime, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so I let it slide because I have guy friends. I literally, okay, I don't care. My first mistake was to let that slide. Fast forward, he goes on his basketball tournament to PCB. 30A. Everything's good, but he's with this guy that like played me along with 3 other girls at the same time. Anyways, he's like on this walk and I'm like, oh, like why are you alone? Like where's blah, blah, blah? And he's like, oh, blah, 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 I found a girl. Then proceeds to leave me on to live for 2 hours while being active and his snap score going up. So obviously at this point I'm like stalking him. He's at the beach and then he goes to 2 different people's houses and then back to the place where he was staying. Sorry, it's like hella long, but then he sends me a video like, oh, like sorry, like we're at the beach, and then I was like sending him like the wall and stuff and he like didn't care. And then I told him that I literally like saw evidence that he was like on here and he still couldn't answer. He gives me a bullshit story talking about some, oh, we're like taking videos of each other and sending it to each other. So I'm being dry and leaving him on open. He doesn't answer leaving him on open till the next day I'm at the gym. It's like 7 o'clock at night. So I dry snap him, and then I leave him on open. Never answers, so I just unadd him. Then later, a couple days later, I'm at the gym and I see 3 of his friends there and I tell them the story because they asked how we are. And they're like, and one of his friends was like, oh, you're smart for that because you knew what he was doing. They had 8 girls over and had been like having girls over every night since day 1. I'm not dumb, like, but yeah, that's how I like kind of got like mini played or whatever, or I don't even know what that was. I'm not ready, but this is long enough and this just shows that you don't need to settle for a little freaking kid. I was older than him too. Anyway, bye. You're not crazy, your gut feeling is right.
Ready for me while I talk about some strict rules my parents have / had for me. First of all, I thought this first one was normal because it's like you're getting grounded, but when I get grounded, I lose everything relating to technology. Let me rephrase that. Like phone, iPad, obviously, TV, Apple Watch, AirPods, literally everything. I'm not allowed to have my phone at night or early in the morning. If they find me with it, I will get it taken. So I have like morning chores, like making my bed, lunch, whatever, and if I don't do them, I get my phone taken away for the rest of that day. If I have like big plans, like a sleepover or something, or like someone's birthday, that
have been in the works for weeks. That will be the first thing to go if I misbehave. And it's not just threats. I have gotten literal things that have been planned for like weeks taken away. I get that some people have to ask their parents to like get an app or whatever. Well, I gotta do a lot more than that. I have to make an entire presentation to my parents about why I should get an app. This one's not really a rule, it's just something that happened to me. I once got locked in my room with a bungee cord, like an extension cord. And I remember it. I was like 6. On my fridge, I have a printed out copy of my chores, and at the bottom is the punishment I will receive for not doing them. In the summer, on weekdays, I have a screen time of 2 hours. And when I say screen time, I mean like everything, like TV, computer, AirPods, same ordeal. And on the weekdays or weekends, I have 4 hours. But still, again, it's the summer. I technically still get money for my chores, but that money doesn't go to like fun stuff. It goes to my phone bill. That's the only way I can keep my phone is if I do my chores. My split ends. Okay, so I've never really gotten like restricted on makeup, like my body, my choice, but my mom will make fun of me for my makeup. I used to be allowed to like have sleepovers and stuff, but my mom's kind of susceptible to like articles, and she read an article that said more crimes happen at sleepovers than parties. But no more sleepovers for me. Okay, this last rule really is not like strict at all. My parents will like check my phone, and they're not like gonna check it every night. They're gonna check it like when I don't expect it. I'm just gonna say, like, before I end the video, I still love my parents. None of this stuff changes that, like, at all. Anyways, bye-bye.
Okay, so I think everybody knows what time it is, but get ready with me to go on a date with my ex-boyfriend. My plan is that he sees me and I look really hot, and he's like, oh my god, my beautiful wife, let's get back together. I'm so sorry for everything I did to you. And yeah, you know what I'm saying. Seems pretty reasonable. If you can't tell where we're going, we are going to a Penguins game. My uncle texted me and was like, I have 2 tickets to a Penguins game, but I can't go anymore. Do you want to go? And I was like, yes, obviously. And I texted him because how can you pass up a Penguins game, especially if you're a hockey player? I mean, for free. Okay, I'm gonna curl my hair, and this is gonna take forever, and I just put way too much heat protectant in it, so it's like wet. Let's get the first curl, and then I'll curl off camera and be back. It's just like curling takes so long, and it's like annoying. But then when I brush it out, it looks good. It's curled. I'm gonna freaking put my Lumic lotion on first. Okay, it's so, like, I'm so out of product, that's the problem. Like, there's literally nothing in here left. And I'm scooping out with a Q-tip, like, how embarrassing. But it's like, whatever, like, I'm just a girl. Just everything get out. You can probably hear my parents fighting in the background. Sorry about that, guys. It's really loud. Okay, once I put this on, then I'm gonna go in with my base, because I want to look really tan and hot. It is 7:56 and we're leaving at 8:20. Like, he's picking me up at 8:20, so I need to hurry up. I'm gonna mix, obviously I'm very dark right now, I'm gonna mix my dark one and my light one, because it's a lot right now, and I'm almost out of my dark one. I'm almost out of all of my makeup, but I'm broke, so I can't buy anything new. Come on. Like, can everybody Venmo me or what? I put my Venmo out there and I have nothing. And like, nothing. I just want to be rich. Like, why couldn't I have been born into a super rich family? It's not fair. Not like my family's broke, but I am. Oh, I forgot to add, obviously this isn't like a makeup routine, but I also put on BB cream. I usually mix it with my Halo Glow. I just forgot, but I just put it on now after. Okay, I blend my neck at the end. I put my contour on, and I was literally just scraping out of the bottle, and it didn't really even do anything because my face is so dark. My contour doesn't do anything because all of my makeup's from last year when I didn't tan as much too. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm so dark and I'm complaining about how pale I am, but you know what I mean. So I'm gonna do that, and I'll put on my, oh my god, I literally was just scraping for product out of my contour, and my desk is so disgusting and gross because I don't take care of anything I have. It's 8 o'clock, and he is getting me in less than 20 minutes. Shoot. Okay, I don't know why I always put makeup on my chin. I don't know why I do that.
This this palette saves me every day because it makes me really dark. And I just get in there. My really dark one's like almost out. I don't know where my stepsister got me this like 3 years ago for my birthday, and I haven't stopped using it ever since. And I just beat that in my face until I get dark and cute. And I know he's gonna be mad because he hates when I tan so much, but I don't care. Because, like, I know everybody thinks, like, they're like, embrace your natural skin tone, but if I think I look better tan, I'm just gonna keep tanning, unfortunately, because I cannot even, like, when I don't have tan on, I don't even look in the mirror. I hate myself when I'm not tan. You know? I just, even if I have a full face of makeup on and it's pale, no. Okay, now I go in with my Halo Glow setting powder from e.l.f. Oh my god, I'm not good at makeup, if you can't tell. I just, like, put it all down, so I try and get, like, a line, so it's not just my jawline, but not really getting that here. But the goal is to get that. Also, PSA, we're not gonna, like, get back together or anything right now, just, cause, I mean, he's not a very good guy. I'm not gonna just get back together with him because we went on one date, you know what I'm saying, so don't have to worry about that. God! We only have 10 minutes! I got distracted looking at myself. Okay, come on, curl your lashes, girl. I'm shaking. I am not ready. Wow. Like, I'm sorry I take a few hours and minutes to get ready. Like, oh my god. Fuck. So okay, my hair is curled. I'm gonna turn around and try and see the back of it. I don't know if it's curled. I'm just gonna hope it is. Let me check that. Okay, I'm gonna show you guys a hack. I'm gonna use my robe to cover my hair because I don't want this getting in my hair. And then for my setting spray, I look so stupid. For my setting spray, hairspray. Woo! Do not let me near an open flame. Oh my god. Okay, it is 8:15. He's picking up 8:20. I'm putting my mascara on in the car because I don't really care, honestly. I just want to show you guys the bracelets I'm wearing. Because I think they're cute. I like really big bracelets. This side is bracelets. And then this side. These two are from my dead aunt, who was super rich, so. This is from my dead aunt. This is my sister's that I took it to some sewing machine. And then this is Urban Outfitters because I had to get it because I wanted an Urban Outfitters bag. And I wanted to buy the cheapest thing in the store. And that was still $20. Okay, I finished my mascara. I'll probably add some more later. But I need some more mascara. Okay. And this is the final look. Goodbye, guys. Ready with me while I tell you this scary story that happened on my 8th grade Washington, D.C. trip. Okay, so it was like a couple days after 8th grade ended. We were on our 8th grade Washington, D.C. trip, like a lot of schools do. We were in D.C. We're at this huge hotel, okay? I think it was like 37 stories this is important, okay? So like 37-story hotel, okay? And when I say me and my friends, I mean me and 3 other girls, okay? Their names don't need to be said. It was just me and 3 other girls, okay? So me and my friends come out of our hotel room. We're on the 11th floor, okay? So kind of like in the middle, a little bit under like the middle. And we, what's it called? We want to go downstairs and get some food and like hang out with the boys and like, you know what a freaking 8th grader's gonna do, okay? And if I get this wrong, sorry, this is a couple years ago, so I'm trying my best to remember this. But, we want to go downstairs, get food, and, you know, like, after 8th grade, everyone's a huge family. Like, everyone is so close, so there was boys, like, we were, like this close with them, okay? Anyway, we get to the elevator. Mind you, these elevators are so freaking old. Like, you have to wait probably 15-20 minutes to get these elevators working. Like, they take so long, okay? And we had done that the night before, and then we were late. We were like a minute late to curfew, and it was terrifying. Luckily, we made it in. And mind you, if we're out after curfew, then like the teacher that's there sends us home from the DC trip. Like, we get flown home. Like, yeah, so it's like a big deal. Even if you're like 2 minutes out, yeah. It happened to one of the boys one night, okay? That's a different story. Anyway, we're waiting in this hotel. We're waiting by the elevator. And then this group of boys that we were all friends with, I think maybe like 8 of them, their 2 rooms are right next to each other. So it's 4 and 4, like in each room. And they come out and they're like, yo, Aaliyah and blah, 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 blah. Like me and my friends. They're like, come on, follow us. Come on, let's just go in my room.
So let's call him Fred, okay? Fred's like, let's just go in my room and like hang out and then try to get the elevator at a different time. Because they wanted to go to the gym, like boys do, and like go swimming, go in the hot tub. Because they were in their swim trunks, by the way, okay? 2 of them were shirtless, so this is kind of awkward. But we go in the room, like, we're just friends. Me and my other friend liked 2 of the boys. I liked Fred, and she liked Bob, let's call him. And so we go in there, but before we go in there, Bob pushes, like, Fred into the wall. Like boys, like, you know how they fight. Like, he, like, shoves him to the wall. Fred, like, falls back. Like, he, like, falls and hits on the ground because the wall fucking opens. Like, it's like a panel, but you cannot see it. There was no handle, nothing. It just opens, and there's a staircase. There's like a staircase back there, okay? So we're all, like, freaking out. We're like, oh, what the heck? So we don't go to the boys' room, okay? We explore this staircase like any 8th grader would, right? Like, you see a staircase and be like, oh, bet, we're gonna take this. We're gonna go down. This will be faster than the elevator. This was our thinking, okay? And then we're like, well, if it isn't faster, we can just go out and, like, get back to the hall, right? So we go down. It is 11 flights, and it's like one of those staircases like this and then this. So it's like 2, and there's like a door here and then like a door down here. And we're like running, and then we're like, okay, this is too much work. So we go back up, and we're like, we're gonna get out. Like, we're just gonna go back and like hang out in Bob and Fred's room and then their friend's room. And we try to get out. It's locked. There's like a keypad of like 12 digits. We're in the utility staircase. Okay, so we are freaking out. We like don't know what the fuck to do. So we just run down. We're like running down. It's in the line. It's Bob, Fred, then me, and then my friend. Let's call her Ashley, and then everyone else behind us. Okay, there was I think 7 boys and 4 girls. Okay, and we're running. We meet up with these 2 boys. Never met them before ever. They were from a different school, but from our same town. Like I live. Like, they were from the same city as us, but they were also on the DC trip, so, like, we were like, okay, whatever, we'll, like, hang out with you. There was just 2 boys. They were on the staircase, too. Don't know how they got there, okay? Well, we're running. We go down. We're trying to get down to the, like, food, hot tub, and gym, right? And we hear one of the doors open, and a worker comes in, and he has, like, a cart, and the worker comes in, and we freak out. We sprint back up those stairs. And when I mean sprint, we were, like going like 5 over the stairs. Like, we were skipping like 5 stairs. It was terrifying. And because it was like this, we were like going up one staircase, and we were going down it, and then we like raced back up. So I was on like one of the little platforms, and I had to like turn really quick. And as I was turning, 2 people passed me. And this will be important for later, but 2 people passed me, and I feel a hand grab my ear. Mind you, I did have my helix, but I have 3 piercings. I just don't have them in right now because I just got the shower. But I have my 3 piercings, and I feel like a rip. Like, it hurts so bad. My ear was like throbbing in pain, and I couldn't tell who did it because it was so fast. I think I have an idea of who did it, but I can't quite tell. And I don't even care. Like, I do not care. I don't even think about it twice. I'm just like, ow, my ear really fucking hurts, right? But whatever. We keep running. We run up. Then we finally stop. And when we stop, we realize the 2 boys from another school vanished. Like, we have no idea where they were. And we came across this school multiple other times in the DC trip. Those 2 boys were nowhere to be found. So, to this day, I do not know what happened to those boys, if they're living, if they're still stuck in those DC back rooms, okay? Don't know. Have no idea. But we're getting kind of scared because there's no way out. There's a worker in there, and if we get seen, we're going to get kicked out, and then our teacher will know, and then we'll get flown back, right? Okay, and then I forgot to say this, but mind you, in this whole story, there is no cell service. Like, we can't even take a video. That is, like, people's phones are dying because of how bad it is. There's no cell service. We tried calling our teacher. We tried calling our friends that aren't with us. No. Like, so we are freaking the fuck out. Like, one girl, my friend, having a panic attack. Like, she is, like, stressing everything. Another boy having a panic attack. He's crying. Like, he is so stressed. Other friend, not panic attack, but is panicking and is very stressed out. Like, I'm trying to keep my cool. I'm chilling, okay? It's scary, but I'm doing good. Me, Bob, Fred, and Ashley, we're, like the head of it. Like, we aren't that scared, okay? Mind you, those are not their names. I just, like, do it for the sake of this video. And we keep running down, and then finally Fred's like, fuck it, I'm not running all these stairs, because mind you, we've run up, down, now we're down again, and it's just my knee. I have really bad knees, and my knees were killing me, And Fred was like, okay, we can't keep her and Aaliyah. Because we had a little thing going on. I don't know what was going on there. But then he's like, okay, there's an emergency exit sign. He goes in it. He does not give two fucks. And as we follow, no alarm goes off, thank the Lord. And it's like this bright green hallway, okay? Bright green, it's like slanted. The ceilings are really low. There's two really old elevators, like cobwebs, okay? There's dead rats in the corners of this hallway. Terrifying, okay? We go down it, go through another emergency exit. Bright yellow staircase, okay? We don't know where we are. We have absolutely no idea where we could possibly be. But we just go down the staircase. We go down, okay? Then we finally get to where we think it says 0, so like that's like main floor, and we're like, okay, great, we can get out of here, right? We just go out, we're like thinking it's gonna lead to lobby. It does not. We get out, it leads to this like metal hallway. Like, it is terrifying, okay? We sprint down it. I'm third in line, and there's I think 7 or 8 of there's like, it doesn't really matter, there's like 10 of us, right? And we're running. I'm third in line. Me, Bob, and Fred, we turn right because it like the hallway comes and it's like a hallway like this. We turn right, and I kid you not, this is engraved in my brain forever, and I will never forget it. We see this like cook, like a chef. He has blood all over his uniform, and he's carrying like a thick like hatchet almost, and it has blood on, and he starts running towards us and is yelling something. We are terrified. We scream and we tell everyone to go left. So we sprint left. Mind you, now we're in this hallway. It looks like we're in the sewers. There's water on the ground. We are running through the water. There's these big, like, circular mirrors that are on, like, the bus on the corners. We see ourselves. We're sprinting. We are screaming. We are, like, I never run this fast. When we're running, we pass probably 30 kitchens. I'm not even kidding you. There were so many kitchens. Door after door after door of different kitchens. Then finally, we get to a door that's not a kitchen. We go in it. We're in this fucking ballroom. Like there's an active dance going on. Okay, there's an active dance. We get in this ballroom. We do not give two shits. We go through this whole dance. People are looking at us like we're crazy. We're teenagers. We're like sweating. Some of us are crying. And mind you, at this point, someone pointed out my ear's gushing blood. Because remember I told you my ear hurt? Fred had pointed out in like the green hallway, he was like, oh my god, Aaliyah, your ear's gushing blood. I had a bright blue hoodie, stained, blood everywhere, okay? Earrings, nowhere to be found, okay? I don't know. I don't care. We run through this ballroom, and then we know where we are. We're in the basement of the hotel. Everything's fine, but it's 9:59. Our curfew's at 10. We hear our teacher yell, guys, hurry up, you better get in curfew. We sprint up the escalator. The escalator's going. We sprint up it. We go up the elevators. We have like 20 seconds for curfew. We sprint to our rooms. We get in there. Our room is flooded. Me and my friend's room is flooded because the shower was leaking, and it is like feet of water everywhere. But stay tuned for part 2. Bye, guys. Guys, finish getting ready with me for part 2 of my DC disasters. Okay, so basically, like I said, me and my friends, we had just been running around these fucking staircases. We are terrified. We, get in our room, and it is, like, feet of water. Like, we step in soaked. Like, up to our knees is absolutely fucking soaked, okay? Like, we're, like, scared, too. So, mind you, if we step foot out of our room, like, our rooms are, as soon as it hits 10 o'clock, our room, like, our teachers came out and they taped our rooms. Like, they put tape on the outside, so if they knew if you broke out, like you get called home, you get flown home, okay? And mind you, that's expensive. Like, a flight to where I live from DC is, like, very expensive, okay? And so we are freaking out. It's soaking wet. So we get on the beds, because, like, it's, like, it's, like, higher than where the water is, like, just barely. And we, like, call our teacher frantically. We do not give two shits, okay? And we tell her what's going on. Like, the water is leaking. It is all over the floor. And, like, we cannot do anything. And mind you, me and my friend were going to shower. Like, not... Whoa. We were, like, going to shower that night. Like, not together, but, like, you know what I mean. Like, we still needed to shower. Like, 2 of our friends showered before. And then, like, this adventure. And then we were going to shower after. So, we didn't want to be stinky, like, the next day either. So, we call our teacher, and we're like, okay, so how the hell are we gonna do this? Like, my dad is a carpenter, so I go in there. I, like, trud through the fucking waters. I'm wearing, like, I didn't care about my pants anymore, like, but I trud through the waters. I get to the bathroom, and I, like, monkey around with, like, the what the fuck was it called? Like, the handle of, like, the the shower and like the shower head, and nothing is working. Like, I cannot get it to save my life. So I'm getting soaked. It's spraying on my head. I'm just soaked, okay? I cannot get it off. So we call our teacher, and then our teacher calls back my other friend while I'm in the bathroom, like, trying to fix it. And she's like, okay, I'll be right over. So she comes in, and she thought we were lying. Like, she thought it was just a little bit of water. No, it was, like, this much water. Like, our entire room. Not just the bathroom, the entire fucking room. So she calls maintenance, and maintenance comes, and they are so confused. So maintenance calls other maintenance, and then they come. So now there's 4 people in our rooms. Me and my friends are in our pajamas, makeup off. Like, we want to get to fucking bed, okay? It is like 10:45. Yeah. So there's 4 random people in the room, never met before, and we're just trying to get some sleep, okay? We're all tucked in our bed with water surrounding us, whatever. And so then the second maintenance has to call, like, manager maintenance. I actually don't know to this day. But manager maintenance calls someone, and by the time everyone calls everyone, there's my teacher and then 12 strangers in my room. I don't want this. And it's 10:45, 11:30 at night. It's like, because by the time everyone got there, it was like 11:30. I want to get to bed because we have to wake up at 5 the next morning. Like, oh my god. And me and my friends were going to make cute Tik Toks that night. That never happened, okay? Okay, so now there's, like, all these people in our fucking hotel room, right? And, like, we don't know what's happening. They're all monkeyed around in the, what's it called? The bathroom, right? And they're all messing around. Finally, someone gets it. I think they get it at 11:45, and then they're like, okay, you can go shower. Who the hell is showering that late? Like, I'm sorry. I think I, like, washed my body, but I did not even wash my hair. My hair was just gonna slick back the next day, because I was like, no. And, yeah. And so I was just mad, because literally, like, why? And then they were gonna not press charge, oh my god. They were gonna, like, make us pay money, because apparently it was, like, I don't know. They were gonna make us pay money, but then because we were with a school trip, like, it didn't matter, and, like, it was fine. And so this was so stupid. And it literally, they needed to tighten one thing. And they needed 12 people in our room for that. So stupid, okay? We wake up the next morning. Guess who found out about our adventure night last night? Our teacher. So then, we get on this bus, like, a nice coach bus, right? Me and my friends, so me and 3 girls, sit in the, like, second to last row, and then the second to last row. Then there's boys behind us and in front of us, like, our friends that are boys and, like, kind of like our talking stage, and yeah, and the boys behind and in front of us, okay? And Miss C, my teacher, at the very front of the bus shouts, she's like, who was in the staircases last night? And who is that? And would you like to come up and apologize for not telling me and being mischievous, I think she said, being bad. So we all look at each other and we're like, fuck. Like, we physically say, fuck, we're cooked, right? And so we go up and we tell her what happened. The bus is moving and we're just all standing by the way. And she doesn't believe us. Like, when me, Fred, and Bob tell her about, like, the killer, like, chef that was running towards us yelling with a big hatchet that was bloody and blood all over you, she did not believe that. She thought we were making this up just to get away from, like, what we actually did. She thought, like, we messed with, like, the hotel lobby staff or some shit. No, we were fighting for our life, bro. Like, we were running and, like, yeah. So we don't get in trouble. Oh, we do. We have to sit on the bus for 45 minutes at the next, like, attraction. We can't go because we, like, broke the rules and went where we weren't supposed to, which I think is so stupid because literally we got trapped. Like, that wasn't our fault. Bob pushed Fred into the wall. It opened up. We went in the staircase, trying to get down, but locked out. That is not our fault. I feel, or no. And yeah. So at this point, I was pissed. I was like, are you, like, fucking kidding me? Like, you're making us stay back. Because it was, like, I don't remember what monument or, like, attraction it was. But it was, like, a really good one. And I did not want to miss out on that. And she was like, well, you guys did when you weren't supposed to, so now it's a repercussion. We were fending for our lives, bro. Like, oh my god, she made me so mad. And so I was, like, visibly pissed, so was everyone else. And we couldn't even go on our phones in that time. Like, we had to sit and bond and talk about our mistakes. No one fucking did that. We put our AirPods in, because she took our phone, so we put our AirPods in, like, before. We just listened to music and, like, talked it, I guess. Just, like, talked and, like, made jokes and talked about how fucking stupid it was. Because she wasn't on the bus anymore. She was only the bus driver, and he was chill. He was chill as freak. So, yeah, we had to talk it out and then miss the next attraction. And this part wasn't very fun because it just, like, yeah. But anyway, stay tuned. There's gonna be, like, part 3, not on the same story, but I have a story about how we met the FBI. So I have that story. That'll be part 3 of DC disasters. And then I have another story, that might have to be split into 2. But I have another story of how we were getting, like, called. We were staying at the Great Lodge. We stayed at, like, 3 different hotels. And then, like, there was no receipts of calling us. So I have ghost stories, like, ghost calls, shit like that. And how we almost, like, got killed at Great Wolf Lodge. So that'll be DC Disasters Part 5. So I might even make a Part 6 because I have another story. So stay tuned for all that. Bye, guys. Love you.
Get ready with me while I tell you how I got cheated on about 2 years ago today. Just out of respect for privacy once again, his name is going to be Fred and hers is going to be Samantha. So, start out by prefacing that me and Fred were never in, like, a real relationship. If anything, I would consider it, like, exclusively talking, I guess. Except we were exclusively talking for about 4 months because neither of us had a driver's license at the time and he lived, like, an hour-ish away from me. Now, me and Fred would pretty much FaceTime every single night, send stuff in the mail, be texting all day, posting about each other, like, just the normal stuff that you would see in a relationship at the beginning of it. Now, on these FaceTime calls, when we would just be sleeping on the phone overnight, sometimes I would wake up at around 2 in the morning, just hearing, you know, like the FaceTime sound when it ends, like the boom. I would hear that, and I'm like, oh. And then the phone would obviously end, and I would just go back to sleep. I didn't really think much of it, right? Anyway, so this keeps, like, happening, and I'm starting to be a little bit like, okay, why is the phone hanging up every single night, very late, when, like, he thinks I'm asleep, and I wake up to it, like, what's going on here, right? So I do what any girl does, and I start going through his Instagram, and I went through his followers, and I was just looking through, and I think every girl has had this gut feeling one point in their life where they see the profile, and it's just like, I just know. I don't need to see anything else. I just know that's what's... So I end up seeing this girl's profile, and I bring it up to him the next day. And I'm like, hey, like, who is this? Like, I saw you were following her. Like, I'm not telling him who he can follow or not, just, like, genuinely asking, like, who it is, right? And he's like, oh, that's my ex-girlfriend. Oh, okay. So I'm already, like, in my head about it, trying not to, like, really think about it or pay too much attention to it, because I'm like, you know what, like, I could be wrong. I could be just completely blowing this out of proportion and overthinking it. His phone could have died for all I know, right? So I'm like, you know what, I'm just gonna ask him, what happened at 2 a.m.? Why does the phone keep hanging up? And he responded with, oh, I didn't know you were awake. I was going out with my buddies. What? So at this point, I'm obviously like, you're going out with your buddies at 2 in the morning and keeping it a secret from me? Like, why? Like, what are you guys doing? Like, and then he started to get mad at me. He was like, I have to tell you every time I go out with people, like, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, no, like, I don't care. It's just, if that's a little bit weird that you're waiting till I fall asleep just to go out with your friends. Like, that's... So the day after that I bring this all up to him, he texts me and he's like, I'm moving to BC. We can't talk anymore. I can't make that work. And me being the naive girl I was, tried to make it work, to which I went on a cruise a week later. And during that cruise, he just completely ghosted me. So I was like, okay, I guess we're done when I got back home. Fast forward to 2 days after getting home, I get a DM on Instagram from his fake account that's basically saying, like, I'm sorry for how I treated you, blah, blah, blah. And I respond to it. I'm like, what are you talking about right now? Please leave me alone. I get a text back saying, sorry, it's Samantha. Which I knew that was who it was. And I was like, why are you texting me on his account? Like, Why is your ex-girlfriend texting me on your account? What's going on? Right? So I'm like, why are you texting me? And she's like, oh, I just wanted to let you know he cheated on you with me. That's why he was going out on the nights. Okay. So this goes on for a while until I eventually just block that account. I'm like, you know what? I don't give a fuck. Can't think about that. So I don't. And then I get a DM from her another 2 days later saying she's going to stomp my face in. To which she said stop my face in, because she didn't spell it right. But now 1 week after getting told she was going to stop my face in, I get a DM from her on her Instagram account saying he cheated on me too, girl. Anyway, I'm pretty sure that they're still together. Yeah, I'm glad I got out of that. I'm in a happy relationship. Also, last detail I want to add in is he never actually moved to BC. That was just a lie to stop talking to me. And the other thing is she still contacts me to this day. And I still get texts from them saying, I'm pulling up to your house, we're fighting. Yet never has anyone knocked on my door. Anyway, that's my story time about getting cheated on and how yeah. And I think the worst part of it all is that it's been 2 years and they're still commenting on my Tik Toks, calling me names, fat shaming me, doing all of this stuff. Like, anyways, that's my story time, so I hope you guys enjoyed.
Hey guys, let's get ready with me. Well, I'm gonna talk about how I got ISS for 3 days and I got caught sneaking out of school and kind of like skipping. Video's long, but it was last year. Yes, I did dye my hair, but it's gonna get like it's gonna be not as vibrant soon. The story is very, very stupid if I'm being honest, but let's get started. Okay, so last year I was in 7th grade and one of my friends, she had already skipped some classes and like in the past, she had always like skipped some classes. Not always, but like she did skip. I never skipped before in American school. Like I never even skipped classes like in any normal schools. In like Ukrainian school in Germany, like I never skipped school. Like obviously I skipped school for like if I'm sick or something, but like I have never skipped inside of school like a class or something. But then at lunch, me and my friend, she had been telling me that like, oh, I'm gonna skip last period. Do you want to go with me? Do you want to go with me? And then she said that there's gonna be some other people. Not some other people, but one of our friends. She said that she's gonna be there too. And I was really weird about it, but I said, okay, fine. Like I'll try. I had never skipped before, but I guess. And that's what happened. After lunch, when people were walking from lunch, we just walked into the 6th grade bathroom because our school is really weird. It's like 8th grade, then 7th grade, and then 6th grade. It's a really big school. But it doesn't have floors. It's like only one floor, but like it's a really big place with all the classes and grades. So yeah, me and her had walked to the bathroom and there was another girl, my friend, and she kind of ditched on us when we were walking down to the track. So in our school, we have like a track going on and our like PE class, we usually always go there just to like do a mile or something. So after we did that, we were walking down to the track and we were next to the cafeteria and one of our friends ditched on us and she went back and she kind of got in trouble too, but not really because she wasn't there with us, which is really stupid because she had skipped almost like not half, but like she skipped like 10 to 20 minutes of the period. So like it's very weird that she didn't get any like in trouble. So yeah. But then me and that friend, we walked down to the track and then we walked even more down. So we walked just to walk around in the park. And there was people and nobody suspected literally anything. People were just like walking like they usually do. If you don't know what ISS is, it's in school suspension. So like you got suspended from classes, but you're in school. So you're just in a different class. Because I know some schools don't have in-school suspension, but most of the schools do, but whatever. So yeah, and me and her, we were taking photos, videos, and we were like trying to kind of hide. And we walked really much down, so like we don't like maybe if like they go search for us or something, they don't like see us. We thought that we were good, but it turns out that some people from our school maybe like saw us or something, like somehow snitched on us and told the principal that we were skipping. And we still, like, I still don't know who it was. Maybe it would have been someone from 6th grade. It may have been somebody from, like, the cafeteria who was, like, the staff cleaning up. Or, I don't know, some, like, classmates who heard us talk about us skipping. I don't really know at this point, but I don't really care because it happened, like, a year ago. It happened, like, in December or, like, January. or November, maybe? I don't remember. But yeah, we thought that we were good, so we walked, and then it was already time to go back because our school, our school ends at 2:15, and in 2:15 we get, like, 2:16 we get dismissed to go to our buses. So we started walking back, and we made a turn to kind of be, like, behind the school so nobody could see us on cameras. But there was actually cameras, and I just didn't tell my friend. But it's okay though. So yeah, and then I got on my bus. I thought that I was good, and my friend, she didn't get caught on her bus, but I got caught on my bus because like, our principal, he was walking around different buses and he was like asking, do you know where that girl is on the bus, blah blah blah. And then he came on my bus and he was like, I kind of, like, I had a hoodie on, and I put the hood on, and then I was, like, just sitting down, like, with my face closed, and he was like, he knocked on the seat of the bus, and he was like, hey, you. And I'm like, He's like, come with me. And I was like, ooh, I'm gonna get in trouble. And, like, obviously I'm gonna get in trouble, like, what was I expecting? But still, he had talked to me outside of the bus, and he was like, can your mom, like, come pick you up? And, like, can't you come to school? And I'm like, no, because my mom has work. She's literally not able to because she has clients. And, like, wait, while me and my friend, we were down at the track, my parents started texting me, and they're like, where the heck are you? Where are you? Where are you? Why aren't you in class? And I'm like, what do you mean? I'm in class. And they're like, okay, then send me a picture. And I'm like, I can't. We are not allowed to use our phones. I'm like, girl, we're not stupid. Like, you're literally texting us right now. And I know that was really a stupid line of, like, we're not allowed to have our phones out. Like, bro. But yeah, so I texted them and they were like, let me call you. They started calling us, and they were like, where are you? Go back to class and apologize to that teacher. And I don't even know why did I skip that class, because that teacher is so nice. I loved that teacher. He is so funny. He's a social studies teacher, and I literally loved him. He was so funny. He was hilarious. I don't know why I skipped his class. That's why I would never ever skip more classes, because, I do not want to get the exact same experience, so no thank you. So yeah, and then I said that, like, my parents are not going to be able to do that. And then he was like, okay, then your mom is supposed to come to school tomorrow in the morning before school starts. And I was like, yeah, okay, fine. And then I got on my bus and I drove to my house. And then I went in my room and I kind of started crying because I was, like, really upset and, like, I did not understand why did I do that. And then my dad came into my room and he was like, so, like, what was that? I told him the whole story, and he was like, you know that was such a stupid idea of, like, even if you wanted to skip, you should have skipped somewhere, like, in the bathroom or something. You did not need to go to that freaking track. And I'm like, yeah, I know, it was really stupid, and, like, I didn't even, like, that was my first time skipping ever, and, like, I don't know, I trusted the friend who had been skipping. So, yeah, I don't know why did I do that. But yeah, after that, my dad was like, okay, like, now you're gonna have consequences at school, but, like, we don't care. Like, they did care, but, like, I didn't get in trouble by them because my parents are good. I love them. Like, they did not really get me in trouble for that because, like, they just knew that I was a stupid, like, I'm a kid, I make mistakes. But then the next day, I came to school with my backpack and, like, with everything. And he told me, like, we started talking to the principal, and he was like, why did you do that? You were such a good student. You did not have to skip or anything like that. And I was like, yeah, I know it was a stupid idea. Just my friend told me, like, asked me if I wanted to, and I was like, okay, yeah, sure, because she had been already skipping. Well, like, that's not what I kind of said, but, like, still. I don't really remember what I told the principal. And, like, when the assistant principal told the actual principal, our principal was like, what? That's Sophia? And I'm like, yeah. It was so funny. But then, after that, my mom, she was like, okay, yeah, then I need to go to work, and you need to go to ISS. That's where my teacher told me to go. And I was in ISS in school suspension for 3 days, and yeah. And then after that, like, moment, I started getting in trouble, like, getting ISS because of stupid small reasons. I have no even clue why. But our like, assistant principal, he started getting me and my friends, like, all of my friends, in trouble for literally no reason. I remember I got in trouble for a phone that wasn't even mine. Like, what? I literally gave the teacher the phone to my teacher because my teacher told me to, like, give me the phone, and I was like, no, that's not mine, but, like, it's hers. And then she was like, give me the phone, and I gave her the phone because, like, I didn't want to get in trouble, and I still got in trouble somehow. But yeah, this video is not about this. This video was about me skipping, and that's how you guys should never skip, first of all. And second of all, I love y'all, and tell me, do y'all like my hair? And yeah, I'll see y'all today, later on. Bye.
I used to work with told me that his roommate tried to rollerblade to the airport because he didn't want to pay for a cab and missed his flight by over 2 hours. I think about that a lot.
I had surgery less than 2 days ago, and I have to try out for cheer today. Get ready with me. So, let me fill you in. I had this, like, soreness on my tailbone, right? And I was like, oh, I probably hurt my tailbone during dance or whatever I did, right? Well, it started hurting more and more, and I was like, okay, I thought this pain would just, like, eventually go away, right? Wrong. A lump started to form around, like, my tailbone area, right? Okay. And I was like, maybe it's, like, swelling. Ended up showing my parents. They were like, oh, that's not good. Maybe it'll go down, So we waited a little bit. And eventually it just kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And they're like, all right, we got to go to the ER. I'm hysterical, right? I have never in my life had surgery before or anything like that. So, of course, I'm scared. And it's like 9 o'clock at night. And I'm worried about trying out for cheer and everything. I'm hysterical. I'm just hysterical. And I hate needles. I hate everything that has to do with all that. Okay, I'm like, maybe they'll just give me some cream. I don't know. Maybe this will all work itself out. We get to the hospital, and we have to wait just for, it wasn't a really long wait. And then we get back there. I can't walk. Like, I couldn't walk or sit for a couple days. It started getting sore last Thursday or Friday. And, so about a week, if not over a week at this point. And it was just really hard to do things. Like, it was hard to sit. It was hard to walk, everything. I had to sleep, like, on my side, which I normally sleep on my side anyways. But if I wanted to turn over to the other side, it hurt so bad. Like, it was not great. It was not a great situation at all. We get to the hospital, and I lay down on the bed, on my stomach, and I'm just kind of sitting there, and they're, like, asking what happened, and I'm just hysterically crying. Like, I can't talk. I'm traumatized. I'm distressed. It's not a fun experience, because the whole time I'm sitting here thinking, oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to get a surgery and cut open on my butt by a doctor. That's very not something I want to experience. They were all super nice, all the doctors, super chill. I was just hysterical, obviously, so I wasn't that cooperative. They asked my pain and all that, the regular stuff, and then they go and get the doctor, and the doctor comes out, and they look at it, and he's like, okay, I think I know what this is just by looking at it. And he was like, I think it's a tail. And I said, excuse me? Like a tail? I literally looked like, my eyes are basically swollen shut from crying so much, and I go, and he was like, yeah, something about, like, from my understanding, it's like when, you know how you have a tail when you're a sperm? Apparently when you develop it, like, something like it stays in your body, and sometimes they try to grow back out. Like, apparently that's a very common thing. So that's what he thought it was, and that's what we were going into, thinking it was going to be, and he's like, well, I just gotta cut it open, we gotta drain it, da-da-da-da-da. I'm losing my mind right at this point. Because what do you mean you're about to cut me open? On my butt? No. So, I'm freaking out, right? I'm not fixing to be cooperative with whatever they're about to do to me, right? And, they're like, okay, we're gonna have to put you under. And I'm like, really? That's a smart idea. Like, that felt like the smartest idea, honestly. So, they start the process and everything. I'm still freaking out. Like, I'm freaking out bad. And, which is normal. Hello? If any of y'all got told you were growing a tail out your butt, you'd freak out too. I hate needles. Can't stand needles. Like, I've tried to get over the fear. I've tried to give blood before at my school and everything, and I just can't. I was shaking. And plus I'm already hysterical, so that really didn't help anything at all. They eventually get the IV in me. I'm still crying. And they're like, okay, we're about to put you to sleep. And I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, that's not going to happen. Like, I don't know. I was just in so much denial. I didn't think any of this was going to work. Any of this was going to happen. I don't know what I was thinking, personally. I really don't. But, eventually, they started putting it in me. Like, I don't know what the technical term was for it. And they were like, count back from 100. I'm like, okay, right. That's a lot of numbers. Let's see how far I get. Start counting. We get to about, like, 97. And I'm like, I can literally feel my body trying to, like, go to sleep. I'm like, oh my gosh. Like, I've never felt anything like that before in my life. And I get back. I'm counting. I get to 95. I'm out. I'm out cold. That's from the last of my memories. Okay, so according to my dad and all that, apparently he like poked it with like a needle, and I like woke up, and I was like, oh my gosh, that hurt. And apparently he poked with the scalpel, and I was like, oh my gosh, and I started like trying to like fight them off, and like they had to put more medicine in me to like knock me out, because I don't think they were planning on doing the full thing, just because they don't typically do put you under for stuff like that. But I was just hysterical. They had to, or it wouldn't have got done. They would have had to. Yeah, and then I stayed asleep for the rest of the operation. I woke up and it felt like I blinked. It literally felt like I blinked and woke up. And they're like, do you remember that? And I'm like, no. And I said sorry to all the doctors. I felt so bad. And they're like, it's fine. I obviously apologized to all the doctors after that. And I was like, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bite you. And I'm also a little delusional, right? Because, you know, the medicine makes you loopy when you wake up and stuff. And, I'm asking all these questions. I posted a video about that. And, it was just really funny. I remember bits and pieces. Apparently, I started, like, screaming hallelujah because I didn't have a tail and stuff.
I just clenched my cheeks and it didn't hurt. Hallelujah.
I don't know. It was crazy. I had the nose thing, the finger thing, IV, heart thing on my arm, heart things on my chest. So we stayed there for a little longer. They wrote me the notes and all that I had to have for school and whatnot. And, I'm still delusional pretty much until the next day, evening. I was delusional when I woke up. Like that stuff. Because it was so late when they put it in. Like, it was probably around 10 something. But, like, that was the scariest thing I've ever experienced in my life. Like the whole time before we went, I was sitting there and I was like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to get surgery. I've never had surgery before. Like, I was more focused on the fact of, oh my god, I'm literally about to go into surgery. I wasn't really focused on, oh my gosh, in like less than 2 days, you're gonna have to try out for a cheer for your senior year. I was losing my mind, pretty much. These are the lashes I'm using. Sorry, forgot to show you a second ago. They're so pretty. That's the backstory. Pretty much right now, getting ready for cheer tryouts. We took some medicine, and the medicine they gave me to like make me feel like less pain, I guess, has made me so nauseous. Like, hello? I'm just ready for today to be over with, honestly. All done with my lashes. They're a little big for me, but it's okay. I like them. They're cute. Oh, wow. They're so dry. Oh, I hate sweater. I was like, where did I put my phone? Oh, my butt. Y'all, that was the scariest thing of my life. Literally, okay. So, like, I thought I, like, hurt my tailbone or something. Apparently, it was, like, a blood clot in my butt. An infected blood clot. We are at Texas Roadhouse, waiting for a table.
I do too. What is iron?
Just tried out. I think I did pretty good, considering everything.
And never go on a trip with someone who has no money, okay? Because I'm telling you, that is gonna bring a world full of problems that you are just not ready for. So a while back, me, Melissa, and Amber, my 2 close friends from university, decided that we're finally gonna do our girls trip to Vegas that we have been planning for years, okay? Now we're all in our group chat, you know, typing excitedly about what outfits we're gonna bring, where we're gonna go, until the red flag started to show, okay? Because Melissa does a 3-way FaceTime call, and I love the girl to death, but she is not the best with financials. So when she brought up the issue about our flights, I just knew this was going to be a plate full of bullshit. She goes, guys, okay, like, I know we have our flights booked and everything, but I was just looking the other day, and I found something even better. Now I go, Melissa, okay, what could be better? We have a round trip for $500. That was pretty cheap. What did you find? As well, I just had to pay my car insurance and my rent, so like I really can't do that, but I actually found a flight that's $100 cheaper. The only thing is that we kind of need to leave at 4 a.m. instead. Now I can tell on Amber's face, she's highly debating this too, because our original flight was supposed to leave at 10 a.m., okay? Not so early, not too late. But we're not gonna let our girl Melissa fly by herself. So we all agree to get on that 4 a.m. flight. Now the day of the trip arrives, okay, we're super excited to be finally doing this, but let me tell you, this trip does not go exactly as planned the second we get into that cab on our way to our hotel. Okay, because Melissa starts talking our ear off about something you don't really want to be hearing on a trip. She starts saying like, guys, I'm so happy we like took this earlier flight because I really needed to save that $100 because I'm gonna be so broke on this trip since I just paid my rent and my car insurance. Like, I don't think I even have enough money to eat. Now, clearly, we're not gonna let our friends starve on this trip. So I go, girl, if you need anything, let us know. We are here to help. Now, as soon as I said those words, okay, in that moment, I really did mean it. But in hindsight, looking back on this trip, I should have never offered. After we settled down in our hotel, got showered and changed, we decided to grab some lunch. right? We get into our cute sundresses and head off to this amazing sushi restaurant that has been on our list for years. Now, the moment we walked into this restaurant, you could really tell you were in Vegas because all the girls were in cocktail dresses and high-ass heels. The place was dark, but with these bright, like, twinkly lights all around. You could just tell this place was expensive and it was lush. Now, we were all so hungry in this moment, right? So when we sat down and looked at the menu, honestly, I didn't care how much a plate of fucking yakisoba noodles was, so I ordered that shit, okay? Amber gets a few rolls, and Melissa says the craziest thing. Melissa goes, yeah, I think I'm just gonna get a miso soup. I go, girl, are you sure, okay? I know you haven't ate all day. That soup is not gonna fill you up. Get something on me, it's really no problem. But she keeps on insisting. She's like, no, it's fine. Like, it's fine. I'm really not that hungry. It will be fine. But let me tell you, it was not fine. Because the moment I get my noodles down, so does Amber gets her rolls and Melissa gets her measly miso soup. Every time I take a bite of this yakisoba, Melissa keeps eyeing me, watching my fork dig into the noodles right into my mouth. And finally, I go, hey, like, these are really good. Do you want to try some? And immediately, without hesitation, okay, Melissa goes, yeah, grabs her fork, goes right into my noodles, scoops up literally half of it onto her little side plate. Now, I wasn't going to say anything because I'm not going to start a fight on the beginning of our trip. But when I get to my last bite of these noodles, okay, I could not hold in my anger anymore. Because as I'm gonna take my last bite of noodles that Melissa left me, okay, I'm twirling it up, about to spear a piece of chicken, when her silver fork goes into my plate, grabs that chicken like a ninja, and goes straight into her mouth. I go, Melissa, I'm sorry, I love you, but don't ever do that again, okay? Because the next time you do, your hand is coming off. Because I don't mess with my food, especially when I'm hungry. Immediately, Melissa, you could tell she just feels bad. She goes, Jackie, I'm so sorry, okay? It was just so good. Yeah, I know. Okay, it's just so good. Like, I'll totally make it up to you. I say fine, right? But if I knew how Melissa was going to make it up to me, I would have never agreed, okay? Because later that night, after we do a full day of shopping, Melissa does window shopping, we prepare to go out to a club. Now, Amber and I are both at the bar, ready to order drinks. But as soon as we look at the prices for a bottom shelf tequila shot, our jaw hits the ground. Okay, that shit was $40. But right in that moment, like divine timing, Melissa comes over with a tray of shots. Goes, guys, have some, look. Okay, both Amber and I are looking at each other like, how the fuck did she get these? She goes, yeah, my friend Richard just got it for us. And right trailing behind her, it's a 5'6" fat man with no chin, balding at the top, could have been 50 years old. He goes, yeah, ladies, I just wanted to get something special for my girl. Puts his old creepy hand on Melissa's ass. And she goes, oh, thanks, Richard. Now, there's no way I was touching those drinks. I had no idea what this man wanted. But I thought after, Melissa spent a little time with him, the tray of shots were down, he would just fuck off by now. But girl, I couldn't have been more wrong. After we spent a good enough time at the club, okay, dancing our sweaty little asses off, we decide to get a Uber back to our hotel, right? So I get in, then Amber gets in, and Melissa goes in when I notice her tiny little disgusting friend hops right into the front and goes to the hotel with us, okay? I go, Melissa, why did you bring this man to the place we're staying? You don't know what he's up to. Melissa shoots me a look and goes, it's fine, okay, he's harmless. Now, I did not know what was going through my mind because I decide, she's right. So all four of us go into the hotel room. But keep in mind, this hotel room's pretty big, okay? The bedroom is in a room itself, and then there's a dividing wall, a getting ready area that's connected to the washroom. Now, Richard's like, hey guys, where's the washroom? So I pointed out to him as the rest of us go lay on the bed and just relax. Now, about 15 minutes goes by. I honestly forgot about Richard, so I decided to go ahead to the bathroom myself. But as I was turning that corner past that dressing room door, I could not believe what I was looking at, okay? Because there was Richard going through our luggages, not taking jewelry, not taking money, none of that. He was grabbing fistfuls of our underwear and shoving it into his pockets. And the second he knew I was standing there, he looked like he was caught red-handed. And before I could say anything or scream, Richard, with our underwear, opens that door and runs straight out. I go, guys, you won't believe what just happened. The moment I explained the situation, okay, Melissa starts almost tearing up. She goes, guys, I'm so sorry, okay? I didn't want to bother you with this paying for me. I thought he would just like cover me this whole trip, but I'm really sorry, okay? I feel horrible. I go, Melissa, okay, we'll cover you for the rest of the trip. You find your own way to pay us back later. Just don't do that shit again. Now, after all of us agreed and we made up, we had a wonderful rest of the trip until the very last day when Melissa surprises us with something we could not expect. As we're about to board our plane, Melissa goes, guys, okay, get ready for your surprise. This is my little thank you for everything, you did for me. Now, I wasn't quite sure what Melissa did, but the moment as we got onto that plane and we saw our ticket numbers, I was confused as hell. These were tickets for first class. I go, Melissa, how the fuck did you book us first class tickets back home? I thought you were broke. And Melissa tells me this most insane thing ever. She goes, you know how I saved us like $100 on the way here? I go, yeah. She goes, well, I booked it all on this app called Hopper, Hopper. So when we're about to leave, I found they had a really great deal for first class tickets on the way home. So I booked it, okay? I saved like half the price than it normally would be. I go, holy shit, okay? Impressed that she pulled it off. So the moment we got home, I downloaded the app for myself. And when I started scrolling through Hopper, I could see she was not lying. So I decided to, give Melissa a quick text to thank her again for the flights when she tells me, girl, I have something to tell you. I'm actually flying out Richard next week.
If you see me around later today and I am so frail that I could fit through the crack of your door frame, don't be surprised, because I'm drinking a freaking green smoothie for breakfast.
Get ready with me while I talk about weird things I've experienced at my church. I just want to start this off by saying I am religious, I am a Christian, and everyone that goes to my church is super, super lovely. These are just some things I've personally experienced that have not been my favorite experiences ever. So I didn't grow up religious, and neither did my parents. I had 2 or 3 friends that would bring me to church in 6th grade. I quickly started to love it and then continued going on my own. I would say between 6th grade to 8th grade was like perfect. And then freshman year rolls around and I go to summer camp. Summer camp that year was pretty good, nothing crazy happened. I just started to notice a very big difference between what the girls were allowed to do and what the boys were allowed to do. Boys would never get dress coded, and only certain girls got dress coded just based on what they looked like in the clothes they were wearing. It made it very clear to us that it was the girls' job to watch what we were wearing, and the boys would never get dress coded no matter what. I just found that a little interesting because I think the rules should be applied to everybody. The other thing they were very heavy on was that you cannot have guy friends. Some of the adults in the church that I go to are absolutely convinced that no girls and guys can just be friends without the guy wanting the girl for something weird. I have a couple of pretty close guy friends that I've grown up with, so I was like, no, like, I'm friends with them. Like, we're friends. And most of the time I would get the answer that there is no such thing as friends with guys. You just cannot be friends with guys. Like, it does not exist. They will always want you for something else, and you just can't change that. So that was their opinion on that, which I did not feel great about. And the other part was that I had a boyfriend. I feel like I got directly targeted at that specific camp because I did have a boyfriend, and he was such a good guy, but to them that didn't matter. They were trying to give me like plans to break up with him, like, how are we gonna break up with him? Like, you're not called to date him, like, you are not called to date a man that like does not go to church. And I kept reiterating like, no, he makes me happy, like, I don't really know what else to say. Sometimes they would go as far to be like, oh, look at this guy, like, this guy, you should go date him, like, because he goes to our church, like. So they made a plan, like, of how I was gonna break up with my boyfriend. They were saying he was, like, sent from the devil and, like, just a lot of stuff. Asking me a lot of really personal questions about, like, my parents and my relationships and my friendships and just a lot of interesting stuff.
And I do not have very thick skin. I'm a very sensitive person, so I did believe a lot of what these people were saying to me. And one of the young adults in our cabin was talking about how her and her boyfriend don't even kiss, and they've been dating for like a couple of years. And I made the point, I was like, wait, aren't you just friends then? Because me personally, I would not be ready to move in and marry someone that I have not lived with, like I do not know them, like that's basically a stranger. I should have just kept my mouth shut. And this was coming from like 27 to 30-year-olds who have curfews with their boyfriends and who have chaperones to chaperone them even if they're just like going to the store together. And I was one of the girls that went to public school, so more outgoing. Most people that go to that camp go to private school. I just felt very belittled. Really, the whole situation was to make me feel really bad that I had a boyfriend, which I did not feel like was okay. I feel like the people in my church have such a tight-knit community that if I am friends or dating someone that's not in that community, it's just bad. I sat in my cabin for probably 4 hours and bawled my eyes out with one of my counselors. It's because I didn't know what to do. They had made me feel like my whole life was a lie, all my friendships are a lie. It was a lot to deal with, and I was really upset kind of the whole camp. I couldn't really focus on anything else. A lot of the messages were like, cut off your worldly friends. Like, I believe that you're a good person no matter what religion you belong to, no matter if you go to church or not. Like, you can be a great person without going to church. And some people that were advising me at that camp simply just did not feel that way. I feel like as an adult, you should not be talking to a child about how their parents are not raising them right. I would get a lot of things like, oh, do your parents let you like go to parties? Like, do your parents watch TV shows with swear words in them like in front of you? Like, I'm 17 years old. Like, I've heard swear words before. You should bring your parents to church. Like, I don't know why they're not coming to church. Like, just a lot of interesting stuff like about the way that my parents were raising me. I'm like, oh, maybe I do need to cut out all my friends. Like, maybe I do need to cut out, like, my parents. Like, maybe I just need to, like, go live with them or something. Like, for me, it was really hard because you are supposed to believe what adults are saying, but in this case, they were bashing my parents, who are the people I love the most in this world, and all my friends, and it just wasn't okay. They would talk about specific rules that they have with their boyfriends, and the fact that my parents let me hang out with my boyfriend, like, alone in a room because they trust us was not okay to them. They were shocked that we didn't need a chaperone even though we were almost 18 years old and knew how to handle ourselves. And the whole time they were pretty much just feeling bad for me because they thought I was misguided. Which I was a little disappointed about because it definitely did take away from what I went to summer camp for, which was hanging out with my friends and learning about Jesus. These honestly are really lovely people. I just feel like as an adult you shouldn't be using your position of power to try and almost manipulate kids. But after that, my parents did make me take a little bit of a break from that church, which I feel like was a much needed breather. I am still with the same life group, and I am kind of easing my way into going back into this church. They're all super lovely people. This was just an experience that I feel like I wanted to share, because I feel like it could be a common one. But that's it. Thank you for watching.
Okay, this is a PSA for anyone who lives in the Gilbert area. So if you're familiar with Gilbert, you know where Santan Village is and the outdoor mall. I took my boyfriend's brother and his friends to a movie with me because they are on spring break. The movie ended at about 10:15, 10:30, and they wanted to see if the boba place was open. I knew it probably wasn't going to be, but we just went anyways, and sure enough, they were closed. So I'm like, guys, do you just want to walk around? We can walk, like, all this food that we had at the theater off. And they're like, yeah, we're down. So we're just walking around the mall, and a white Audi with all tinted windows pulls up, and they're like, rolling down their windows, blasting music, and I'm like, okay, that's fine, just like teenagers enjoying their spring break. So then we keep walking around, and they follow us everywhere we go, like every corner, everywhere, like, so we are in their vision. They pull up about 5 different times, and one of the times they have their windows all the way down, volume all the way up, and they're blasting racial slurs. At that point, I go, okay, guys, let's start walking back to the car. And our car was in the parking lot where the theater was, in front of the theater. So we start walking back, and sure enough, the white Audi pulls up again, and they are following us to my car. I don't go to my car because it's just not a smart thing to do, and I did not want the people in the Audi knowing where my car was, so we just keep walking through the parking lot. At the time, I have only seen 2 individuals in the car. So we're walking through the parking lot, and the Audi pulls up right in front of Harkins, and this time they're stopped, and one of the dudes in the car rolls his window down.
Keep in mind, these kids are like 16, 17, if I had to guess. This time, he rolls down his window and he's like yelling like, is the movie theater closed? By this time, it was 11. The theater is closed. So I go, yes, go home, to the kid. And then we hear something being thrown over our heads. We turn around and there is an individual with a black ski mask on. He threw a drink, I'm pretty sure it was, in like a big QT cup over our heads, and it landed right in front of us. When we turn around, we see the kid with the black ski mask, and he is sticking his middle fingers up at us and yelling racial slurs at my boyfriend's brother and his friends. At this point, I called the police because everything that has been happening in Gilbert, I was not playing around, and these kids I had with me are younger, and so I did not want to risk anything. I didn't know what the individuals in the car had who were following us, so I just called the police. At this point, the car leaves. We take a picture of the license plate, and they don't even leave. They go to the other part of the mall where we can still see them in front of Macy's. They stop at the stop sign by Macy's, and if I had to guess, they picked up the friend who was in the ski mask. At that point, I'm already on the phone with dispatcher, and they're sending people over. They pulled the Audi over within seconds. 2 cop cars were on the Audi and lit him right up. So then the dispatcher is just like, okay, wait here. Like, we have an officer coming to you guys. So the officers get here. They check my ID, and they just ask me about what happened. I took them over to where the drink had been thrown and just explained that whole story to them. I was a bit shaken up, so I really didn't know what to say, and I asked them if I could think about it. But then me and the officer were talking, and I was like, no, I'm not going to press charges because I don't know if this is actually going to happen. But I was like, if we did end up going to court and I did press charges, they didn't harm us physically, so it probably wouldn't have gone anywhere, and I just didn't want all of that to take up a bunch of time. But this is just a PSA to always watch your surroundings, and these kids in Gilbert are getting out of hand. If you guys have like gone through this situation in Gilbert or know what kind of car I'm talking about, or if this has happened to you, please let me know, because this was thought out strategically. I have no clue where the guy with the black ski mask came from behind. I don't know where he came from. He was super silent, and we didn't even hear him coming up behind us. I assume that maybe the white Audi, like the 2 kids in the car, had dropped him off somewhere random in the parking lot and then told him to come up behind us. But if you guys have witnessed or have gone through kind of the same thing as me, please let me know. Do you think it was right that I didn't press charges, or would you guys press charges if you were in this situation?